Scientists warn of a commonly used household item that can potentially lead to total. There's one simple pepper trick that anyone can do at home to relieve nerve pain. Never admitted this publicly. In a time when Israel and the world faces unprecedented challenges, there is a practical way to stand with Israel while making. Why your premium pillow is actually wrecking your posture. If you wake up with neck pain or numbness in your... If you have more than $250,000 in a bank or retirement account, federal law does not protect what's... You know all about Brendan Chubb? Did you know that his wife went to career day?
Holy moly. My husband thought I was crazy when I started drinking bariatric soda every morning. Then, the U.S. Treasury's new digital payout mandate is a direct threat to the autonomy of Social Security recipients. Cold bariatric baking soda trick made me go from size XL to M in just 2 weeks. Grab a pen.
Hashtag Russell take over the chat. Are you gonna send me another invite or am I? Rabbi said official mission into a shot. Now, they don't believe how toxic this is. If you're still using a plastic or wooden cutting board, you need to hear. Introducing Rumble Shorts. Watch quick videos for pure, unfiltered, They don't believe how toxic this is. If you're still using plastic or wooden cutting board, you need to hear that. Rumble Wallet just changed the creator economy. And the game changer. Big news. Tip your favorite creators in crypto. Ready to show off your live gameplay? Start streaming with Rumble Studio. It's easy, it seems super. Oh yeah, look at that door. So it's everybody's favorite pimp here. 22nd of ER 5786, Saturday, May 9th. I've been doing this bitch 134 days. Elevate Elo Divrei Elohim Chaim. No. Elevate Elo Divrei Elohim Chaim. No one really knows for sure. Elevate Elo Divrei Elohim Chaim, but this is the Mazar we live by. Al Sefer HaOmer. Blessed are you, Hashem, our God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 38 days, which is 5 weeks and 3 days of the Omer. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash speedily in our days. Amen. Shalom. 3761 creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. 3631 137 son of Adam was born. 3526 235 Enosh son of Seth was born. 3436 325 Kenan son of Enosh was born. 3366 395 Mahalalel son of Kenan was born. 3301 460 Yered son of Mahalalel was born.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist entering the Garden Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. All right, everybody. I really can't believe I'm saying this, but after 13 sessions, we are now on session 14 of this, what was supposed to be a 9-series exploration of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And of course, 14 sessions is still too few. I could basically keep teaching this class one day a week for the rest of my life and still not exhaust all the things there are to say about Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And I'll be also very honest, this last session is going to in some ways be the thinnest, because this is where my expertise really runs out, and I'll be very frank about that. It's just honestly the case that my expertise, I hit a wall, and my wall really is really with Hasidism. I don't know nearly as much about Hasidism as I probably should. Still learning about Hasidism, and everything from roughly the 18th to the 21st century is where my gap is. Everyone has gaps in their knowledge. I think it's important to acknowledge the gaps in our knowledge, not to pretend we know things we don't. And it's definitely from Hasidism forward that that's a real gap in my knowledge. Not that I don't know anything, but there are certainly people out there who know a lot more than I do. In fact, I'm just invited a good friend of mine to do some talks, maybe at least a talk at Congregation Tachia about Hasidism, because I really do feel like I gave it short shrift and it deserved a lot more attention, a lot more deep attention than I gave it. And so I reached out to a good friend of mine who knows a lot about Hasidism to maybe do a lunch and learn. So we'll see if that works out. But at any rate, welcome to the, I would say welcome to the end, but it's not the end, it's welcome to the ellipsis, the dot. Because, of course, Kabbalah is not going to go away anytime soon. Jewish mysticism, Kabbalah is doing actually a lot better now. Early part of the 21st century than it was doing in the middle of the 20th century. In the middle of the 20th century, I would say that Kabbalah, in some ways, was at death's door, and it's doing much better now. So, in a substantial way, we're not saying goodbye to Hasidism or goodbye to Kabbalah. Rather, we're saying ... It's going to continue to grow and change. And I've heard really cool and exciting things about developments in the radio, where we're in sort of new and dynamic Kabbalistic thought. And if we do end up moving to Palestine, at least for a few months next year, I'm looking forward to kind of getting into that and seeing what's going on in the Kabbalistic world there in Jerusalem. Well, as we marked last time, the sort of post-Shabbatite world is, I would say that it's actually more sophisticated in many ways than the Shabbatite world. The Shabbatite world is marked by a relatively thin understanding of Kabbalah, really. And that's part of why Shabbatite speed was so successful, is that people really didn't understand what was going on. They weren't really versed in Kabbalah. And when you read something of a very technical nature, you can be overwhelmed by it, very convinced by things that simply aren't really true or deep. They can sound deep, but in fact they're not. And I think that's true of a lot of things that went on in the Shabbat movement. It sounded Kabbalistic and had a Kabbalistic veneer, but if you scratch the surface even a bit, you realize that the kind of reasoning that justified the stuff that went on with Shabbat Tzvi and Frank was, I think, pretty facile. And I think that once people actually scratch the surface of it and realize, oh, this is just, gold gilding, they abandon it pretty quickly. So the years after Shabbatai Tzvi's apostasy and after the whole business, what you get is a kind of conservative backlash in the world of Kabbalah, and that shouldn't be surprising. This whole Shabbatai business was a complete disaster. And so what ends up happening is it's kind of a closing of the ranks. That is to say, in the Kabbalistic world, after this, what people end up doing is returning to the period, returning to the Kabbalah much like it was in the period before Shabbatai, where things were a bit more closed off, a bit more guarded, a bit more silent, which I think is probably not always for the worst. And so the developments within Kabbalah, in fact, the developments in Kabbalah since then have been relatively conservative, which is to say, we don't see major developments outside of Luria and Kabbalah. There's never really been a significant move to Luria and Kabbalah. It's at some point become commentary footnotes to Isaac Luria. And so that relatively conservative moment, that relatively conservative movement marks Kabbalah from about the mid-17th century all the way until now. And as we talked about last time, two major Kabbalistic schools developed in the aftermath of everything. One of those in Jerusalem, led by the Mizrahi Rabbi Sharabi, and another in Brody in Poland, and those two will become the central schools, so to speak, of Kabbalah, big schools in the period after that. But of course, it's worth pointing out that Kabbalah also developed very highly technical Kabbalah in Baghdad, in Kurdistan, in Morocco. Marrakesh was a huge Kabbalistic center. So Kabbalah continued to develop in the aftermath of the Shabbat Tzvi business, especially in the Sephardic world, without really a hitch. And I think that has a lot to do with the fact that the Sephardi world was much more stable than the Ashkenazi world at that time in terms of social stability and Jewish education. Again, I think I mentioned this several times ago, that a lot of the people that were really seduced by the Shabbatian movement were people who had only recently really come back to Judaism. And so they don't really anchored in Judaism in a very profound way, in a way that, for instance, the communities in Marrakesh, the communities in Baghdad, they've been there for 1,000 years. Easily 1,000 years. And so when they looked at the whole Shabbat thing, they were like, no. So because they had a much deeper education, so the Sephardi world was a bit less affected by the whole thing. And so it's not surprising that in Jerusalem, they never accepted the whole Shabbat business to begin with. They excommunicated him as soon as they could. That the one of the largest Kabbalistic schools in the aftermath of all of it will develop. And as I mentioned last time, the two Kabbalistic schools take very different directions. The school of Beidel in Jerusalem is going to take the form of really intense concentration or kavanah during prayer, and that school again will last basically until 1969 when the last adherent of that school dies, which is amazing how long the school lasted for hundreds of years, although very tightly guarded, very disciple student oriented. And of course the other is a Klois in Poland, and that is going to be largely influenced by Polish and Lithuanian Kabbalah and Jewry. And Polish and Lithuanian Kabbalah is going to be mostly remarked by its intense intellectual Kabbalistic speculation. And so out of that world is going to flow a mountain of highly intellectualized Kabbalistic systems that are going to basically try to do the work of systematizing Lurianic Kabbalah, especially vis-a-vis the older Baron system, which I prefer. This period also saw, as I talked about last time, the rise of Hasidism. Hasidism is probably the most important, it's the most important movement in Judaism probably in the past 300 years. And Hasidism went on to spawn an entirely new system of Judaism, a new system of social relations, a new system of customs, a new system of dress. All kinds of things have come out of the Hasidic world, a whole new style of song, the Nigunim that I'm sure all of you are very familiar with, come out of the Hasidic world. And so it's from that world where we have a focus on extreme piety, but also piety that's meant to find the divine every day. It's a piety in which God is lurking all about you, but you can't see God. The divine is everywhere. I think of the line from the Quran, which I can easily imagine a Hasidic Rebbe having written, where the Quran says that Allah is closer to you than your jugular vein. That image in the Quran has always struck me as incredibly evocative. And I easily imagine someone like Nachman of Breslov having written something just like that. So the idea that the divine is that close to you. The obstacle is just you and your ego, or fundamentally you and your lusts and your desires. It's your desire to get rich, or to have fame, or to be loved by someone, or whatever. It's these things that get in the way of your relationship with the divine, because the divine for the Hasidic movement is right there. You just have to do the work of erasing the barriers between you and the divine, and it's in the erasure of the barriers that one can experience the divine in the everyday, including even in the movements of one's physical body, the sound of a bird. Some of the Rebbe's were even alleged to be able to understand the language of the birds. They would listen to birds sing, and they said they're singing, they're having theological debates, that the Rebbe's could understand the Fegelsprache, and that the Fegelsprache allowed them to hear the debates among the rabbis and the birds, which I always found a beautiful idea of sitting in the forest, listening to the birds, rather than just hearing like the rest of us, normie people that all we hear is birds. The Rebbe's, they don't hear birds, they hear the debates about the birds, about God. And so I always found that to be a very beautiful example of Hasidism, where you're not just hearing bird sounds, you're hearing theological debates among the animal world. So again, according to the Hasidic idea, it's the deep desire to experience the divine in every aspect of life. and to cleave to God, the Vekas. The Vekas is the clinging to God, and you cling to God, and the way that you do this, at some level, by cultivating a relationship with kind of shamanic character in the Hasidic world. This is the Rebbe, or sometimes they're tzaddikim, tzaddukim. They're these righteous people who have a unique relationship with God. They are intensely holy, and of course these Rebbes go on to set up various courts, and those courts really operate a bit like royalty. They still do operate a bit like royalty even to this day. And so you have a loyalty to to the Rebbe, to your Rebbe, and the Chassid encounters the divine primarily through the Rebbe, and it's in that Rebbe Chassid relationship that Chassidism really grows up from sort of court-like spirituality today. We'll talk a little bit about how that's gotten a little stranger with, especially with the Bible movement, which I haven't mentioned much in the later slide. I'll need to talk about that a little bit as well, but we'll see how that develops. So, as we stopped last time, the sort of cliffhanger from last time was that what I think that no one really realized in the aftermath of the whole Shabbatai Tzvi thing, that as much as the Shabbatai Tzvi business was a disaster, no one really saw what was happening in the background that was a bigger deal. The same year that Shabbatai Tzvi converted to Islam and apostatized was 1666, and I'm sure as many folks in the room know, 1666 is a dynamite year in the history of science. It's the year that Isaac Newton discovered or invented calculus. Of course, he discovered and invented it at the same time as Leibniz. There's a bitter debate about that. It's also the same year that Newton discovered the fundamental nature of light, and also he basically figured out Newtonian physics as we know it now. And he published all that in 1666. This is called the Year of Miracles. So at the same time that Newton is figuring all that out, inventing calculus and all this stuff, that's the year Shabbatai Tzvi converts to Islam. So it's difficult. I know that for many people, and for me too, when I think about Shabbatai's conversion, I think of it as a medieval thing. It's something that happened a long, long time ago. And I think of somehow Newton not having happened a long, long time ago. Newton feels very modern to me. It feels like I could just sort of, we could play chess with somebody on Star Trek. And they happen at the same time. They happen the exact same year. And so what's coming down the pike, and what I think the Jewish world did not see in the aftermath of this entire Shabbatai Tzvi business, was the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment is happening all around the Jewish world, in France, and in North America, and in England, and Holland, and Germany. The Enlightenment was developing a huge, completely new worldview that was dynamically breaking from what had come before, with its emphasis on rationality, its emphasis on experimental science, its emphasis on extreme logic. And so we're beginning to get philosophers like Descartes, like Spinoza. Spinoza's philosophy rejects it as a God separate from nature. It's just nature, and nature is God, and God is nature. It's the same thing. We're getting the mechanistic philosophers. The philosophers believe that all of nature is like a giant machine. Study it carefully, you can understand how it works. If you understand how it works, you can predict it, and therefore you can make it do things for you. This incredibly mechanistic philosophy, which is in many ways really wonderful, and in many ways I think quite bad. Inside the Jewish world, they never saw this coming. It just sort of landed on their doorstep. When I say landed on their doorstep, what I really mean is Napoleon showed up. What Hegel called the world spirit on horseback. Napoleon shows up in Central Europe and even Eastern Europe. Remember, he marched all the way to Russia. So everywhere Napoleon went, recall, he brought with him these Enlightenment ideas. His army was a sort of enlightened army, as much as armies are ever enlightened. And Napoleon brought with him the metric system. He brought with him French revolutionary ideas. He brought with him the idea that if you're a citizen of a country, then you should have equal protection under the law. There should never be second-class citizens. Either you're a citoyen or you're not. And if you are citoyen, you have the rights and privileges of everyone else that is protected by the rational laws. And of course, I'm not saying Napoleon was perfect or anything like that, but he was a big enough deal that Hegel thought at some level he represented the very movement of Geist, the very movement of God, and the realization of Godness in the world. And of course, Hegel got disappointed with him later, but made a big impression on the young Hegel. And so this is at the same time that the Hasidic movement is taking off. And so when these two movements come into conflict with each other, come into contact with each other, there's going to be a break-off in the Jewish world where some Jews are going to become very attracted to enlightened values, and they're going to incorporate those Enlightenment values into the Jewish world. And that is called the Haskalah, the Enlightenment. And I think for almost everyone here in this class, and almost probably everyone hearing my voice, all of us are pretty enticed at some level by Enlightenment ideas. The idea of equal protection under the law, that you can't be just killed because of what you believe in, that we have a rational system of weights and measures like we do in this country, but most countries in the world, that the scientific, the very fact that I'm talking to you through this machine is proof of the success of the Enlightenment. So for many Jews, the Enlightenment was a solution to so many problems in the Jewish world, both in terms of the inner backwardness of the Jewish world, what they thought to be a superstitious world ruled by elite dynastic rulers who divine the will of God, and who knows how they figure these things out. And they believed in werewolves and vampires, and they believed in all this stuff and Kabbalah. Many Jews were very disenfranchised with that and wanted to rush into the world of the Enlightenment, and they did. In fact, for the Jewish folks here, I imagine for many of the Jewish folks in this class, you are the children of the great-great-great-grandchildren of the Maskilim, of the Enlightenment folks. Because the Enlightenment was very, very successful. It came for better and for worse. So what ends up happening is that this new kind of rational Judaism, the integration of Enlightenment values with Judaism became, incredibly polarizing. We also, speaking again for the Jewish folks in the room, we live in an incredibly easy world compared to our ancestors, because in many ways we can adapt both worlds. We can be religious, and we can be in the Enlightenment somehow. Well, there was no middle ground in the 18th century. Either you jumped ship and you joined the Enlightenment camp, or you stayed behind in the shtetl and you stayed in the world of the pre-Enlightenment, of the traditional world, I suppose one could say. And so, in the traditional world, they realized how much of a threat this was. They were terrified of this, and they doubled down on the traditional aspects of the world. And so, in many ways, both Enlightenment Judaism and Haredi Judaism, that is to say, the black hat, ultra-Orthodox Judaism that we recognize now, are both actually creations of the Enlightenment. So I know that sometimes Haredi folks like to pretend as if they're the legitimate continuers and inheritors of a discrete, continuous line of Judaism reaching all the way back to Moses. And if you ask them, Moses wore a black hat and spoke Yiddish. But I guarantee you he did. The reality of the modern Judaism is at some level, all of it is a response to the Haskalah. It's all a response. Either you double down on tradition and you retreated into the world of the dynastic world, of the Hasidic world, or the Lippish world, or you drifted off into the secular world and you tried to make it go at either becoming assimilated or you tried to balance out both. Assimilation was the largest, the earliest, biggest movement. So what we have here, basically, is a choice between at some level assimilation, right? As much as those countries that allow you to assimilate, whether it's the French, the Germans, and as you know from the terrifying history of how this will go, it will fail. Assimilation ultimately was a failed strategy. It did not protect Jews in the end. And neither did God, by the way. It wasn't like the Haredi people were protected when the first Panthers rolled in. And so what we have is a dualistic, a polarized world by the 1700s, in which there are Haskalah Jews, and then there are traditional Jews. The world becomes polarized, becomes increasingly polarized. Now, that's not to say that Kabbalah stops. If all the kinds of things that have not stopped the Kabbalah hadn't stopped them, whether it was the Crusades or the Shabbat Tzvi event or whatever pogroms would have stopped the Kabbalah, well, this whole Enlightenment thing didn't stop it either. And so many of the traditional centers of Judaism in the medieval or in the early modern world, they continued to produce Kabbalah as if nothing was going on. For them, they may have not even known. And so, especially in the Hasidic world, there is a huge outpouring of literature. This is the time period where the folks in the Chabad movement, who I'm sure many folks have had contact with, they began very rigorously developing their movement. Also, it's worth pointing out that the Chabad movement becomes sort of the intellectual center in many ways of the Hasidic movement. They become much more interested in the world of the mind and the world of the intellect as opposed to just the world of the emotions. And so so the Chabad movement actually becomes much more of a rigorous system of Hasidic philosophy as opposed to just singing songs and being happy or whatever. So this is a period of people like Rabbi Nachman and Breslov, which I imagine most folks have heard of. Nachman and Breslov, probably one of the most famous rabbis of this time period. He's of course known for his deep spiritual reflections and his existential torment that he experiences. He was a person of great highs and great lows. I guess most historical people who we end up remembering are kind of manic depressive in this way, and so Rabbi Nachman is known for this extreme joy and extreme sorrow he's capable of feeling. And ultimately he's going to give rise to the Neo-Hasidic movement, which we'll talk about in a minute, but also the Nanach movement, which I imagine if you've ever spent time in Israel, you will at some point encounter some Nanach guys, which tend to smell as pious as they are. They wear the knit caps with Nanach written on it. They listen to techno music and dance around. They're generally, I forgot what the right word is, pious to a fault. Something. So those guys are out there and they're a big deal in the Neo-Hasidic world. Of course, also at this time period, probably one of the most important modern Jewish philosophers and mystics is also writing. This is a Ramchal, Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, probably the greatest traditional Jewish mind of the early modern period. And Luzzatto wrote a mountain of stuff. It's really, I mean, I was looking up some of it today and I was like, my God, this guy wrote 50 books. I mean, I've probably read one or two of them. He wrote 50-something books. It's an enormously huge output. But the Ramchal is known as a young man for having had a spiritual experience where he had a magi, or a spiritual teacher, begin to reveal him all kinds of spiritual things. He was relatively young when this happened, and you can imagine that in the aftermath of the Shabbatai Tzvi business, no one wanted to hear about anyone talking to spirits anymore. And so he kind of got kicked out of Italy a little bit. He kind of got expelled from Italy, and this led him on a journey through Europe. And in his journey through Europe, he ended up writing, like I said, a ton of stuff. His two most famous books are Derech Hashem, The Way of the Lord. Derech Hashem is probably the most systematic, collection or systematization of Judaism that incorporates both philosophical issues and Kabbalah into one system. Derech Hashem is a really, really great book. You can get it in Hebrew and English if you want to study it. It's a fantastic text that really does the work of combining the sort of philosophy of the day. Although the philosophy of that is a little outdated, but it's still a very amazing book. His other major book is a book on ethics, Masil Yasharim, which is also just really, really great to read and also read it in English too. And both of these books have gone on to become basic classics in the Orthodox world. Based on people, there's even study sessions. So they study these books over and over and over again all through the year. So Derech Hashem and Masil Yasharim are classics of Judaism. They become classics of Judaism, and again, they incorporate Kabbalistic and non-Kabbalistic philosophical elements into one text. Again, Chaim Luzzatto is probably say he's the most important rabbi in this period. At some level, he's probably the most important rabbi in this period. And so, very, very important guy. Also, over in Eastern Europe, they're also continuing to do classical Kabbalah. A lot of what's happening at this point in the Kabbalistic texts is a lot of systematization texts, which are they're trying again to systematize the learning system. But also there are a lot of encyclopedic texts where they're just going through and trying to list things, describe what things are. One of the problems that comes along with more technical Kabbalah is that the Hebrew language just isn't actually that good at doing philosophy. There are a lot of technical reasons why this is. German is a far better language for doing philosophy, even than English. And Hebrew is a sort of clumsy language when it comes to doing philosophy. And it's also a bit of a clumsy language when it comes to doing Kabbalah, ironically enough. And so a lot of the technical terms in Kabbalah are very, very confusing. And a lot of what happens during this time period is the encyclopedizing of Kabbalah. And one of the more famous encyclopedias that gets written at this time is one of the books I would love to see translated. I have it downstairs, but I can read it. And, translating it is beyond me. But it's the Sefer Karnaim. Sefer Karnaim is an encyclopedia of the Klipot. The klipot, as you may remember, are the shards left over in the process of creating the world, and those shards that are left over are actually demonic. Those are the demons that sort of haunt the Lurianic world, and it's an encyclopedia of all the demons. And so we actually get a systematic account of the evil detritus left over from the creation of the world here in the 18th, 19th centuries in the Sefer Kanai, which is a fabulously interesting text. You can read it online for free. Of course, you guys read it in Hebrew, there's no English translation. Now, as you probably also know, in all of this, through the 19th century, the amount of anti-Semitism in Europe doesn't go away. Anti-Semitism has always been there in Europe. There's always been European anti-Semitism. Well, the anti-Semitism gets a new added dimension. As you might imagine, as Jews become more and more part of secular civil society, there's also anti-Semitism that emerges at the level of discrimination of Jews in secular civil society. Of course, the most famous and infamous example of this is the Dreyfus Affair in the 19th century in France. And so, with this uptick in anti-Semitism and the ongoing reality of anti-Semitism, there's sort of three distinct ideas basically about what to do about it. One idea is the traditional idea: double down on being pious and God will protect you. And a going theory for many thousands of years, but that theory no one's given up on yet. So one is double down on being pious and God will protect you. The other theory is that at some level, you just need to get out of Europe. Europe is just a death trap. We've been living in Europe now for 1,000 years, and for 1,000 years, it's just been nightmare. It's just been pogrom after crusade, after blood libel, after witch hunt, after whatever. It's just that the Europeans are never going to accept us, and at some level, eventually they're going to try to kill us all. It's just a matter of time. It turns out they were right. So what do? You leave. You leave Europe. You pack your bags, and you leave Europe. And in the mid-19th century, that idea takes the form of secular Zionism. This is where Haskalah Jews, enlightened Jews, decide as a group that the situation in Europe is basically untenable and we need to leave. And this is the emergence, of course, of very, very nascent Zionism. Now, it's two things that are worth noting here about really early Zionism is that it was entirely a secular movement at first. In fact, it didn't really get to have much religious backing until the mid-20th century, frankly. And so Zionism was a secular, largely socialist movement, although not all of it was socialist. None of it was socialist in the way we would recognize it now. And that movement, while it did accept some messianic themes, and it was sort of apocalyptic in its narrative and the way it talked about the world, it wasn't really informed by Kabbalah. But I think that it was informed. If you read a lot of the language of the early Zionists, you will see a lot of the exile redemption language. You will see a lot of language that is coming in from the Kabbalah, although I think it's mostly through social osmosis, right? So, make that more clear, put a finer point on it. The Zionist movement early on was never influenced by Kabbalah directly. Although, I think that there is some messianic and some Kabbalistic ideas that are reached into Zionism, mostly because of sort of social osmosis, because of Jews, and they've been raised on a diet of Kabbalah and Torah. So that's one part of it. The other part of it with the Zionist movement is that, from a religious perspective, it was completely verboten. It was completely anathema. The religious world rejected Zionism very early on. And when I say the religious world rejected Zionism, most of the religious world still rejects Zionism. It still says Zionism is a toxic ideology that is harmful to Palestinians, and it is irreligious. It's blasphemous. It's straight up heresy. And so this early, and even the Reform movement very early on, even the Reform movement in Germany, at the very beginning of the Reform movement, they rejected Zionism in two major conferences. So even at the very far progressive end of the Jewish world, Zionism was very unpopular, at least to start. And it remains unpopular now, at least in the Haredi world. If folks have been watching the very wonderful show Shtisel, the soap opera musically, you'll know in Shtisel, right, every time that they bring the Zionist up, Shulam's brother always says, he refers to the Zionism, he refers to Zionism as Ashur, the evil people. He always calls it the evil people. And so this is a thing that developed early on in the response to to Zionism. So it never became religious until much later. In fact, I would say that in many ways it wasn't until Ralph Cook, who we'll talk about in a minute, and it certainly wasn't until I think after the 8-Day War that, in a big way, you get religious Zionism. I think it's a relatively minority. The Kabbalah, of course, continues to develop, right? It's not like the Kabbalah stops. Slide? Oh, yes, this is a mistaken slide, but there's an extra thing down here I want to talk about. I must have mucked this slide up. But at any rate, the last thing I want to talk about here is that in the 19th century, what also happened in the non-Jewish world is there's sometimes what is referred to as the occult revival. The occult revival was a re-interest in occult sciences, alchemy, sort of a romantic interest in this stuff. And what you get are people like Ebenezer Sibley and Barrett, who are people who published the Magus. You have a bunch of people really interested in the occult again, and this sort of occult revival that occurred primarily in the 19th century also incorporating some older elements of Christian Kabbalah, and they ultimately develop a new form of Kabbalah out of Christian Kabbalah that gets referred to as the Hermetic Kabbalah. And this is a completely non-Jewish, occult-centered version of the Kabbalah, primarily used for engaging in ceremonial magic. So we have elements of Freemasonry being combined with elements of Renaissance magic, and then that being fused together with some elements of Kabbalah, and that develops what we now refer to as the Hermetic Kabbalah, which is another third branch of Kabbalah that is developed. There's, of course, Jewish Kabbalah with a K, there is Christian Kabbalah with a C, and now this develops eventually in the early 19th century, 20th century into Hermetic Kabbalah with a Q. And these forms of Kabbalah continue into occult practice all the way to this day. So again, in the 19th century, Kabbalah undergoes another mutation, although not a Jewish mutation, but primarily in the non-Jewish world, primarily in England, where this occult revival takes place. So the Hermetic Kabbalah is out there and it's very popular. There's a whole big world of people whose spirituality is wrapped up with the very sophisticated, very complicated system of correspondences, typically referred to as. So as I mentioned, right, just a minute ago, one of the other strategies, right, so we have one strategy double down on being traditional, the other strategy is leave, go to Palestine or wherever, and the other strategy that I mentioned a minute ago too is assimilation. Assimilation was a very daring strategy, and perhaps I think one of the more difficult, and I think that many of the people who did the job of assimilating, I think, get written off as traitors or something. I think it's really unfortunate when we talk about that generation of folks. But assimilation was the really difficult task of trying to maintain two things at once. It was trying to maintain being Jewish and also trying to maintain your identity in a world that rejected you. Trying to be German and be Jewish, whatever German Jew meant. And the problem was that in the Orthodox world, being a Jew, because they thought of you as a sellout, and the Germans never really accepted you either. And you could do anything, almost, right? I think of people like Husserl. Husserl was the great German philosopher whose son fought in World War I and still got fired when the Nazis took over. They never could become Jewish enough. In fact, even for the anti-Semites, for the Nazis, the more that the Jews assimilated, the more dangerous they were. They were almost hiding among you. And so there was something about this that the strategy of assimilation was always going to be at some level the game. But what ends up happening, at least in the academic world, is that, or at least in the religious world, rather, I should say, is that Judaism early on had to basically come to look like Lutheranism. They had to make a Judaism that looked as much like the Lutheranism of the 19th and 20th centuries as possible. And that movement became the Reform movement, right? Ethical monotheism. And if you look at the Lutheran movement and the early Reform movement, it is amazing how similar they are. Even the choir. It's just like the organs and stuff, right? If you've ever been to a classical Reform synagogue, the organs, the choir, and they even moved Shabbat to Sunday mornings and all kinds of stuff. They were desperately trying to fit in. And again, at one level, one way of looking at that is they're trying to sell out. But again, I think that the more that you accuse them of that, you need to walk a mile in their shoes to understand how devastating the reality of anti-Semitism was at that time and how awful it did. And at the same time, I admire them. I have the courage it takes to try to figure out a way of being German and Jewish, being French and Jewish in a world that you're basically rejected by both sides no matter what you do. I think it's very heroic and a very difficult path to march. On the academic front, part of what had to happen to justify the viability of Judaism is to justify it to the world of the theologians. And that's the theologians largely of Lutheran theology in the mid and late 19th century, which, as you probably imagine, as you may know even, German scholarship at this time was some of the most amazing scholarship in the world when it comes to the Bible. This is a time period where critical source theory was being developed. This is a time where the Bible is being systematically studied, scientifically studied for the first time. This is where Hebrew is really getting into the manuscripts of these things. It's really a time period of enormous erudition. In fact, I would say the German biblical scholarship of 10 years probably produced more erudite scholarship than produced 30 years of what we do. It's amazing. These guys, they just knew 15 languages. They just did. That's just how they worked. They just had the whole Bible. They just had chunks of the Hebrew Bible memorized. So the scholarship was very driven by Lutheran, pietist, very careful scholarship. And so what's emerging at the same time is the attitude to do the same thing in Judaism. And the attitude to do the same thing in Judaism was largely spearheaded by a group of Jewish Haskalah scholars. This movement became known as the Wissenschaft movement. And Raza, I beg your forgiveness if I mispronounce my German stuff as I go. So the Wissenschaft movement, the scientific study of Jewish books, was a movement in the academic Jewish world to study Jewish literature using all the modern tools at that time of German scholarship to study religious literature. And they had to make a decision about what they studied, because what they studied and what they published basically represented Judaism to the outside academic world. So, what did they study? What did they publish? Well, Talmud. They focused their energy on the Talmud. Why? Because the Talmud, for one, is a highly systematic, highly argumentative book based in logic. They could argue that Judaism is irrational because the Talmud is rational. The Talmud is a book of arguments driven by logic, and therefore Judaism is logical. Right? So we have the ethical components of the Hebrew Bible, and we have the logical components of the Talmud, and therefore Judaism is respectable because it's a paragon of logic. Well, guess what isn't paragon-logical? Kabbalah. So, what did the Wissenschaft movement do? Ignored it. Basically pretended that it wasn't there. Why? Because it was embarrassing. It was superstition. It was occultism. It was nonsense, made up, fraudulent stuff. For them, for the Wissenschaft movement, Kabbalah was an embarrassment and to be put back in the darkness of the Middle Ages because it made Jews look crazy. If you've been listening to some of the stuff I've been saying over the past 14 weeks and thinking to yourself, God, that sounds nuts. Well, it does sound nuts. And can you imagine a bunch of Jewish scholars presenting that to a bunch of erudite Lutheran scholars being like, yeah, this is Judaism. We believe that God masturbated a reality that existed. What? That's not going to fly, right? It's going to make them hate you. It's going to reinforce every negative stereotype about the Jews. The Jews are irrational. They're driven by superstition. They believe in nonsense. The Wissenschaft movement had to make a decision, and the decision was not Kabbalah, Talmud. And so early on, Kabbalistic literature was largely put on the back burner, to put it politely. And as you might know, at the same time this is happening, this is also the same time that all of the movements in Judaism are beginning to form. The Reform movement, the Conservative movement, the Masorti movement, the Reconstructionist movement begins in the early 20th century. All of the movements, even modern Orthodox Judaism, all of the movements and movement Judaism in the non-traditional Jewish world, all of them look at some level to the Wissenschaft movement, and they base their Judaism at some level on the Judaism being pumped out by places like JTS, by places like German scholarship, by places like Cincinnati, by the Reform Seminary. And guess what? None of those places are doing. None of them are doing Kabbalah. Why? Because it's embarrassing. They do not want to look like crazy people. So the Kabbalah is totally sidelined for 2.5, 3 generations by scholars. Completely sidelined. And it's sidelined at a decisive moment in Jewish history. What is that decisive moment? The emergence of the movements. So if you grew up in a movement, Reform movement, Conservative movement, you grew up in any of the movements, their scholars were simply not being trained on Kabbalah. And because they weren't being trained on it, they couldn't teach it. And because they didn't teach it, it was abandoned in the movements. This is the reason why, for folks who grew up, especially for folks who are a bit older than me, if you grew up in the movement Judaism world, you never heard about Kabbalah. There's a reason why. Because the rabbis you had never learned about it. And that's because the generation before them never learned about it. The generation before them made a decision not to learn about it. And that's what happened. Effectively, Kabbalah becomes decanonized by the modern Jewish world. Modern Judaism basically decanonizes it. So the Zohar, Sefer Yetzirah, all the literature we've talked about basically goes back on the shelf. And what comes back is Talmud, if you're lucky, but mostly Tanakh. That's the reason why you will never really see in the movements until recently studies of Kabbalah, studies of Talmud, even Talmud. I mean, for folks who grew up in the movement world, how often did you all study Talmud? How often was Talmud something that you would be encouraged to study or heard about much? I see heads shaking. Yeah, even Talmud, right? Even Talmud was sidelined. And you can imagine, Talmud sidelined, then surely Zohar will be sidelined. So that's one part of the story. The huge part of the story is that Kabbalah didn't go away. They still did Kabbalah, studied Kabbalah in the traditional world. It's in the progressive world that it was abandoned. It was decanonized in our world. And it's only now limping back into canonization. And I think it needs to be recanonized more quickly than that. Of course, the other thing that happens in this time is in the mid-20th century, and there's no way to avoid the elephant in the room. It's of course the Holocaust. The Holocaust devastated, obviously, European Jewry, but in terms of Kabbalah, it really devastated the Hasidic world. And the reason why it devastated the Hasidic world, as you might imagine, is the Hasidic Jews live basically in these very tight-knit social networks. They are distinctively dressed. They look very Jewish. They pay us. They dress like Jews. Targeting them was the easiest thing in the world. They all live in the same shtetls, ghettos. So liquidating them and killing them, putting them on these cattle cars was very, very easy for the Nazis. So the Hasidic world was incredibly destroyed in the Holocaust. I think proportionately, and Roz would be the better expert at this than I would be, that the Hasidic world suffered apocalyptic levels of devastation in the Holocaust, just because they were basically sitting ducks. And also their theology prevented them from leaving. So many of them, because they rejected Zionism, did not try to flee to Palestine. They thought it was religiously repugnant to flee to Palestine because they were also tied to the Rebbe. They also didn't want to individually leave, right? They were tied to this person. And so if the Rebbe didn't leave, they didn't leave. And, lasted right the part. And when the Einsatz movement moves in, they're there. They're living in that shtetl. And they're there with that Rebbe. And, it doesn't take but an afternoon of a really blackout drunk group of Einsatz to do the deed, to basically eliminate an entire Hasidic dynasty. And, Chas v'shalom, that happened. It happened over and over and over again in Eastern Europe. Especially Hungary was especially bad to the end. I think 1 in 4 Samar people were killed or something like that in the Holocaust. It's just a devastating, apocalyptic story. And as you know, the only people keeping the light on at this time, in many ways, for Kabbalah are the Hasidic people. It's the people in Eastern Europe. It's the traditional people. They're the ones keeping the lights on. And with their execution by the beasts that were the Nazis, the light goes out. The light went out. It was a devastating blow to Kabbalah. Now, luckily, our Sephardic brothers and sisters, Sephardic folks, they were still doing Kabbalah in Morocco. They were still doing Kabbalah over in Baghdad. Still doing Kabbalah in Northern Africa. So it wasn't like that the devastating blow that was dealt to European Jews mixing in with Kabbalah. But it is just important to say that the Hasidic movement and the European Jewry was a very important center of the development in Kabbalah, and the Holocaust uniquely and profoundly destroyed some elements of that continuity. Luckily, they did survive. Many of them survived, and they would regroup. Some of them in America. And in fact, the two largest groups, Samar would eventually, like the Samar Rebbe, Teitelbaum eventually made his way out even before the war or in the middle of the war, and the Lubavitch Rebbe also made it out as well, and they refounded their Hasidic dynasties in Brooklyn, Holy Land, real Holy Land, which is Brooklyn. So Borough Park and Crown Heights, respectively. You can go visit the Holy Land. It's just right over there. You folks have this right that Israel is just a borough of Brooklyn. So the real Holy Land is over there, just around Coney Island. So the rebound, folks, the rebound. How does this all rebound? We have the Holocaust, we have the Haskalah, we have the Wissenschaft student movement. How did this rebound? Well, it rebounded in a couple different ways. The rebound in many ways began with a young maverick philologist. People forget that Gerhard Scholem, also people forget that he was Gerhard Scholem. He got Gershomized later when he made Aliyah, but Gerhard Scholem was a young maverick philologist who studied language. That's the reason why his scholarship is so top-notch. He could read everything in the original language. And Scholem made the crazy argument that Kabbalah deserved to be academically studied. It just deserves academic. It's part of Jewish history. We need to study it. And so in the 1920s, Gerhard would do all the heavy lifting of reading basically every single Kabbalist book he could get his hands on in the archives. Every single one. And being the good German scholar that he was, he did that. And unlike the Wissenschaft student movement that rejected the words of Kabbalah, Gerhard Scholem argued convincingly that there simply was no Judaism without Kabbalah. You just couldn't do it. You couldn't imagine Judaism without it. Judaism was just as important, or Kabbalah was just as important in the history of Judaism as Talmud, as anything else. So, Scholem argued over the time that Kabbalah had to be reintegrated both academically and historically into the history and thinking about what Judaism was. And this was by no means easy, folks. When Scholem, who was already an established scholar at the time, was invited to speak at JTS, give a lecture at JTS at the Jewish Theological Seminary there in New York, when he was allowed to speak, the justification for him being able to speak was that, well, look, the Kabbalah is nonsense, right? Kabbalah is Narishkeit. Kabbalah is nonsense, but, right, Narishkeit is Narishkeit. Aber the Geschichte des Narishkeit, das ist Wissenschaft. Right? Nonsense is nonsense, but the history of nonsense is science. So, Kabbalah is nonsense, but the history of Kabbalah is science. It's worth studying as historical information, but God forbid anyone be a Kabbalist. That's ridiculous. That, by the way, was coming from the most famous most famous progressive Talmud scholar in 20th century history, Saul Lieberman, probably one of the most important Talmud scholars of the early 20th century, the Talmud professor at JTS, basically invented modern sort of some quasi-secular Talmud education, Saul Lieberman. That's how Scholem was introduced. Can you imagine being introduced at the JTS by basically saying, yeah, what you study is nonsense, but because you study this history, that's something we used to do. It's legitimate. But God forbid anyone actually be a Kabbalist. That's completely crazy. So Scholem really had to walk an uphill battle. He fought an uphill battle the entire time to get legitimacy for what he was doing, which is unimaginable now, considering that Kabbalah is so legitimate, so mainstream. But Scholem had to fight that battle in many ways on his own. Luckily, he was a very capable scholar, and he was able to do it. Scholem brought with him an army of students. He attracted a great deal of students, folks like Moshe Gadel and Joseph Don, other folks who have gone on to become themselves leading scholars in the world of Kabbalah. His students were also perfectly willing to criticize him, and they did. They made careers criticizing him. Folks like Moshe Idel, who really showed how important Sholem was, and also how incomplete Sholem was. And we have a whole new generation of scholars who believes Zahi Weiss and all kinds of this stuff. Bernie Moroz is a huge group of scholars that blow my mind with every book that they write. And so the academic study of Kabbalah is limited. It is now totally legit if you want to study Kabbalah in college. You can take an academic level Kabbalah class and no one's going to bat an eye. Sure, part of Jewish history. At the same time, there is an emerging, relatively small movement of religious Zionism, led by, of course, by Rav Kook. And he would eventually give rise to religious Zionism as we know it, although Rav Kook wasn't terribly influenced by, wasn't a huge Kabbalist, but certainly a lot of the blue-reading themes of exile and redemption will play a part in the rise of religious Zionism. The most important, I think, Kabbalist to come really in the early to mid-20th century would be Rabbi Ashlag, the Baal HaSulam, the master of the ladder. And the Baal HaSulam would make Aliyah into Israel, and he would compose two incredibly influential works. The most important, I think, is his commentary on the Zohar, a text that he took, I think, 10 years to write, called HaSulam, the ladder. And this is a both introduction to the Zohar, but also a commentary on the Zohar. And he translated Zohar out of the crazy Aramaic that it's in into a very modern Hebrew to make it accessible to a whole generation of people who otherwise would not be able to read it in the original Aramaic. He published it in basically modern Hebrew, modern Lashon Kodesh Hebrew, and so it's much more accessible in the modern Hebrew. So many people who read Zohar now in the Orthodox world, and also many people who study Isaac Luria are going to study many of his ideas in some level through the lens of Rabbi Ashlag, who also developed his own sort of like interesting communist theory. There's in fact I think a kibbutz that's based on some of his ideals in northern Israel, Calvinism. So Yehuda Ashlag becomes a very important, I think probably the most important character in all this. Another character that I don't mention in this that I can't believe I left out, of course, is Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson of blessed memory. Schneerson, of course, was the head of the Chabad Lubavitch movement, and what's important to know about him is that, well, he became one of the most important founders of the Kiruv movement, that is to say, the outreach movement among Orthodox Jews and Hasidic Jews. So if you've ever been to a Chabad house, that's because the Rebbe sent someone to pick one, basically, at least most of them. And Menachem Mendel Schneerson founded this enormous Kiruv network of the Chabad movement, and he was just a hugely important figure in the history of 20th century Judaism. It's really hard to downplay all the really important things that he did. But one of the things that's worth mentioning here that's important and that will be important going into 21st century Judaism is that when he died in the 90s, it was already believed in his lifetime that he was the Messiah, and then when he died, people really began to believe he was the Messiah. And so there is a movement in the Chabad world. It's not a super big movement. I don't think it's as big as it was in the late 90s. It seems to be mostly localized to Brooklyn and in Israel, especially in Kfar Chabad, where they believe he's the Messiah. Also, I have a front on so I have, so at any rate, the Menachem Mendel Schneerson was believed to be the Messiah, and I studied briefly at a Chabad yeshiva, and I definitely met people who believed that he was not only not dead, but that he had been taken into heaven somehow bodily, and that he was going to return really soon, and that it really his return would be heralded by Jews adopting more Torah, and that basically he was kind of occluded, and his occultation would come to an end, and the Rebbe would reappear as the King Messiah. Of course, you can still go to Crown Heights, you can still go to Brooklyn, and you can still see crowns, images of the Rebbe's flag which has a unique yellow with a crown that says Mashiach on the side. So there's this huge messianic movement, which again could be a whole class unto itself, inside of the Chabad Lubavitch movement, where they do believe that their late leader is the Messiah. And this is causing some serious problems in the Chabad movement because it is such a movement based on outreach. Although in my experience and what I've been told by folks who've grown up in the movement is that largely the kind of people that the messianic stuff appeals to are typically people like Baal Shuvas, people who convert back to Orthodox Judaism, and younger people. Most of the more established Chabad world doesn't really get down with this Messiah stuff. Although I think they do still control 77, which is the main synagogue of the Chabad world that are in Eastern Parkway. So the Chabad has this messianic thing going on, which is super weird and interesting. For the folks who are in Michigan who are hanging out with me in this class, you probably have never heard about this or heard about it only briefly because the Shemto family, which is the larger Chabad family here in Michigan, is a very old Chabad family. They were sent here as emissaries by the Rebbe way back in the 70s or 80s, something like that. But they were the leading force in many ways of the anti-Messianist movement. They really thought the Messianist movement was dangerous. And the Shemto family, which is very powerful here, at least in Michigan, has never been on the Messianic camp. And I don't think the Messianic camp has ever gotten a foothold in the Metro Detroit area when it comes to that stuff. That's different in other places, but I don't think that the Messianic camp has ever gotten a foothold. But go to Brooklyn, go to 770, it certainly is there. All right, the last two things I guess I'll mention before we really wrap up is the rise of the Neo-Hasidic movement. As folks know, the Neo-Hasidic movement was pioneered by folks like Martin Buber, who came out of the Hasidic world but maintained a lot of, nostalgia is not the right word, but wanted to sort of modernize and expand the Hasidic movement outside of the dynastic structure. And so many of the tales of the Hasidim and a lot of Hasidic spirituality became sort of exported out of the Hasidic world and then imported into the modern Orthodox world and the conservative world especially, and the Reconstructionist world most recently in the sort of the Chabad movement of the 1970s. This is the period of Karlbach and stuff like that for folks who grew up with Karlbach and not. And so it's in that world that we have the rise of what might be called the Neo-Hasidic movement. And this movement is proven to be extraordinarily popular in the Jewish world. And there are great luminaries in the Neo-Hasidic world, folks who recently passed away, like Rabbi Rothschild and Art Green, who was one of Alana's teachers, actually, in Hebrew College. He's probably one of the premier Neo-Hasidic leader in the world right now. This is really funny at Purim, but I got to have a few drinks together and talk about Kabbalah briefly. I feel like I had great honor to be able to hang out with one of the Gaons of the Neo-Hasidic movement. And so I got to spend some time with Art Green. I was up in Boston with Alana. So the Neo-Hasidic movement is alive and well, and I think it's a popular together. It's actually growing in popularity. And with folks like Joe Weisenberg and other kinds of folks who are really channeling sort of Hasidic ideas into music, that stuff is going to prove to be continued popular. The last thing I'll mention is this is the thing I imagine some folks already know, is of course mainstream pop culture Kabbalah. The Kabbalah Center led by Rabbi Berg, which has received a lot of criticism, but whatever, I think that it's a legit form of Kabbalah as much as anything else is, at least from an academic perspective. The Kabbalah Center is they have outfits all over the world that sort of franchises kind of, and they teach a very specific kind of Kabbalah that is tailored toward celebrities, basically. Now there are non-celebrities that get into it. It's a form of sort of kind of new age, means traditional Kabbalah. But this is made famous by folks like Madonna, and I think Britney Spears was into it for a while, which I think even Britney Spears has a Hebrew tattoo on the back of her neck. Some kind of Kabbalistic tattoo. I don't know whatever sense Kabbalistic tattoos make. But, you go, Britney. I think she's from Mississippi, so I think we're home state people, so me and Britney go back. So people like Britney Spears and Madonna have also embraced Kabbalah in a pretty profound way, and apparently I think Madonna quit doing concerts on Friday night because of her commitment to certain kinds of Kabbalistic beliefs. Well, I think that the material girl's from here, right? She's from Bay City. Madonna's from Bay City. So the material goes from here. So you have Rabbi Madonna, who has gone on to become influenced very heavily by Kabbalah at some level in her spirituality, although I don't think she's ever converted to Judaism. And there are many, many other people who've been influenced by the Kabbalah Center. Now, the Kabbalah Center is very polarizing. It's very controversial. And we've got some trouble with money stuff, unsurprisingly. A religious organization getting involved with celebrities and get in trouble for money stuff. Could you believe that? Could you believe that? So the Kabbalah, in many ways, in the 1990s and 2000s, really went pop culture with a lot of pop culture folks, musicians and other folks becoming really influenced by Kabbalistic ideas, and those ideas becoming very mainstream, right? Very mainstream. Folks, Kabbalah Chai. It's gonna live. Kabbalah is gonna survive us all. It's back. The Kabbalah had gone through a couple thousand years, 1,000 years now of turns and twists and messiahs, and dead messiahs, apostate messiahs, a mountain of books and commentaries. It's really gone through, I think, almost every kind of travail a religion can go through, a philosophy can go through. No philosophy that I can think of has gone through this much. You know, Platonism or communism or whatever, Kabbalah has gone through so much, and it's had to transform and adapt itself. And when I think about the Kabbalah, is that I'm very happy and very glad to be alive now, because we're now living in some level, the golden age of Kabbalistic literature. More Kabbalistic literature is available to me than anyone else in history when it comes to accessible information. More Kabbalistic teachers are available. Secular Kabbalistic education is available. You know, do a class like this. This is a really secular academic class. Also, you can go to dozens of teachers in Kabbalah to become a Kabbalist. And Kabbalah is accessible to people it was never accessible before. Women, LGBTQ folks. It's accessible in a way that it never was before. And so I say that Kabbalah Chai, Kabbalah lives, and Kabbalah will live, because we are living in an age where the Kabbalah has finally been able to, at some level, withhold its secrets. You have to work hard to become a Kabbalist. You need to learn Hebrew, learn Aramaic, you might have to move to Israel, you might have to move to Brooklyn. You have to do a lot of heavy lifting if you really, really, really want to get into Kabbalah. But you can. It's there. So much of it's on the internet. Right? So much of it you can get via Internet Library alone. You can go buy books right there on Amazon and learn secrets of the Kabbalah that would have been utterly inaccessible to 99% of the Jewish population most of history. And there they are, immediately available. Even English translations of things like the Zohar, or the Pritzker edition of the Zohar, a massive 12-volume Pritzker edition. There was no standard English translation of the Zohar prior to that, not really. And now, for the first time in history, we have access to all 12 volumes of the Zohar, and new things are coming out every day. So we're living in a golden age for the study of Kabbalah, and we're living in a golden age for those who want to be Kabbalists. And I have to say that I'm really happy, and I feel really blessed, and I feel really grateful that all of you have decided to come along with me on this 14-week journey through the history of Kabbalah, because I feel very lucky that I have the privilege and the honor to be able to learn about Kabbalah and share what little I know, and to know that there are people interested in learning about Kabbalah and learning what little I know. And so I just want to thank all of you who hung out with me over the course of the past 14 weeks to learn some Kabbalah together, and to learn about Kabbalah and learn that this tradition is beautiful and strange and science fiction-y. It's just all over the place, weird and wonderful. And so I just want to express my deep gratitude for everyone who's dropped in for a class or stayed for all 14, whatever. I'm just really grateful and really blessed. I feel really thankful for everyone who's had the time, who's taken the time to learn some Kabbalah with me, and given me the opportunity to learn more about Kabbalah in preparation of this class. So that said, thank you. It's really an honor and a privilege to be able to have done this class. And I look forward to learning with all of you soon. Kabbalah or not, I'd love to do a Zohar class. It's like my secret desire to do is to do a big Zohar class. Both study Zohar and also study about Zohar, where we'd have Imagine kind of a class that would be structured like a science class where you have the lecture and the lab. The lecture would be like this, and then we'd have a lab. And the lab would be like studying the Zohar, studying it. So I imagine that's my dream gig. It's a lecture lab class. It'd be a Zohar lab, which I have to say is a little more exciting to me than working in a chemistry lab. So it'd be a Zohar lab. So anyway, folks, that's be up to the community, up to y'all. But I guess again, I'll just end with saying thank you. And so happy that folks will come along with me on this journey. And it doesn't end here. I will definitely say that. Like I said, we're not ending with the end of Kabbalah. We're ending with ... Because Kabbalah is going to outlive us all. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work, we're providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, magic, and philosophy. Consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Well, look who the fuck it is. How you living, pimp?
Yo.
I see yellow. Are you just jerking yourself off raw in a public park? Because that's usually frowned upon.
You're talking, I can't hear you.
No, this is bullshit. I don't know why you're inviting me into your life if you can't hear me.
No audio.
Yo.
One moment. All right, we're gonna do charades.
Oh, well, maybe it's my fault. Yo.
Yo, what's up?
How you living, pimp?
I'm living good.
What's good, son? Did you sleep today?
Yeah, I did. I went inside.
I said, did you sleep today?
Yeah, did you not hear what I just said?
No, I didn't. Go ahead. What'd you say?
Oh. I went to sleep at like 8 a.m. and then woke up at like when my dog woke me up. But
are you jerking
I was
yourself?
talking to these,
Go ahead.
talking to these two guys yesterday that I met on Pump Fun, and they're like shitcoin, professional shitcoin traders. I told me that they'd show me the ropes a little bit, so I have like a little bit of money to, like a tiny little amount of money to mess around with shitcoin. Got wrecked like 5 times in a row on Pump Fun, but we'll see if they are gonna teach me.
One of the best investors in the game. They're from South Australia. They just so happen to additionally be a comedy finalist in the Raw comedy contest. They advise Dog with Hat and they advise putting about $1 million in liquid assets into it. Just putting that out there as a little alpha for your journey.
I feel like Zoo is like giving up on crypto a little bit.
Like he used to talk about it nonstop. You remember he used to come in and be like, "I'm a millionaire," and we'd be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" He'd be like, "I'm a millionaire," and we're like, "Okay, then go get a car, go move into a house." He's like, "Oh, I'm not a millionaire like that." And they're like, "Okay, well, what do you mean?" And he's like, you know, my investments just hit $1 million. And then literally I didn't talk to him for like 90 days, and he came back and he's like, "I blew it all." I'm like, "How did you blow $1 million?" He's like, "It went from $1 million to $40,000, and now he is living off the Australian government, making up uh, diagnoses that he may or may not have."
He uh, he told me that he just shorted gold with like a $50,000 like leverage trade on gold, which I was like, okay, it's at all-time highs, but I think that got liquidated. It kept going up. I doubt he got a stop loss or something. He was up. But yeah, I whenever when he was talking about that crypto, like in like the back of my mind, you're gonna take a round trip. But like people think like literal like shit coins have value and markets don't fluctuate, but they definitely do.
Most certainly.
Game musical chairs.
Absolutely. I have a question for you. Are you interested in joining my Monday evening ballet club?
That's the strangest romantic inquiry anyone's ever posed to me, so definitely not.
There's nothing romantic about it.
Are you sure it's just a ballet club?
Actually, it's a fantasy football. Actually, it's a fantasy football league that is posing as a ballet club. But yeah, watch
Like,
yourself.
that was weird.
That was weird. I wish they did an interview with him. They did some. They had like little videos of him, but
we want to hear his side.
I want to hear his side. Exactly. I want him to be like, "Doug, these guys wanted it. Let me just put it to you this way. I had this group of people. We were meeting for ballet. What does that tell you? Any dude who's going to this thing there's like a 50% chance. I'm not going to make it any higher or lower, but there's a good chance that this guy wants a dick in his ass." But there's also there's also 50% chance. No, I don't know if they're responsible because like they got brainwashed or whatever. But there's also like a 50% chance that they didn't. So I get that. But I want to hear his side of the story. I want him to be like, "I didn't do anything. I know nothing about. I know nothing of the matter, dude." There's this It's not really the same, but it just reminds me of there's this Chappelle show which you haven't watched, which is just really like just disappointing in life, but you know that's fine. And
I like Dave Chappelle. I have nothing against him. I'd love to see Dave Chappelle do skits.
Doug, then what? Then let's watch.
I've seen a few clips of it online.
Doug, it's not the same. You got to watch it. You got to make it part of your religion. It is amazing. I'm telling you, and this is absolutely true. Before the internet had memes, people just yelled Chappelle show quotes to each other, like out the window. Like you would see somebody and you'd be like, "I'm rich, bitch," or you'd be like, I'm Rick James, bitch." Like people would just yell this stuff at each other, and just it was before memes. Anyway, there's this episode that he does It's called Black Bush. It's where he's George W. Bush, and they're asking him about the invasion of Iraq.
I'm going in the elevator.
Okay, thank you for warning me.
Yeah.
No one can hear you. No, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. So just I'll wait. Let me know when you're on the other side, baby. Yo, does everybody remember when Riser was in the elevator? I do.
Wait 30 seconds.
I'm waiting 30 seconds for this pimp.
Shaft.
He's in the shaft. He's getting the shaft. Shaft. Damn right. Who's that?
I'm getting shafted.
Shaft. Damn right.
Alright. Yeah, George W.
Yeah, so they asked George W. Bush about the invasion of Iraq, and they're like, does this have anything to do with oil? And and Black Bush, Dave Chappelle's like, oil? What? Oil? Are you cooking, bitch? And then he just like shoves everything off the table and runs away. Basically, that reminds me of how this, whatever that cult leader would be like. Are you here to just take advantage of men? He'd be like, huh? Ballet Monday night? How could you accuse me of that? And then just runs away because he's just like, that's just like the reaction that he would have. Anyway,
I think that dude seriously like was in love with ballet. He's a little bit of a ballet Nazi.
I
obsessed with he was.
I
feel like he literally could have just made a career. Like people were like, "Oh, he's like an amazing choreographer. He knows his shit. He's like a ballet god." And he literally probably could have made like a career. Like he didn't have to start a cult. Like he may have just been doing it for money, but it's like he could have just made plenty of money just being like a ballet professional.
I like how back then it was such a big deal if somebody started porn. It would like ruin their. But today it would be like, all right. I mean, that's not like that big of a deal. So you had sex with a camera on, no big deal. Like, and then this guy was in.
I don't know. I think it's still like frowned upon from like an employer perspective.
Doug, Kim Kardashian did it. Look at her career.
She's not an employee of like a major company.
But she's.
Like, I don't think
she's
people want. I don't know.
She's a.
I think there's still a lot of judgment surrounding it.
She's a respected individual in the community.
I don't know about that.
I mean,
she's famous for a tape that she put out.
If I asked your average 30-year-old woman who they take fashion advice from, I bet you about 50% of them would have Kim Kardashian in their top 10.
I honestly had no idea she was like a fashion person. I don't know much about her.
No, I mean,
I guess if she has a lot of expertise in fashion.
It's just her show was so influential that it influenced the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills and the Real Housewives of Orange County and the Real Housewives of New York and New Jersey and Philadelphia and Atlanta and Miami and Washington, D.C. I mean, like, there's like this like entertainment, like that channel and Bravo and stuff that like they need an alpha bitch, and it's Kim Kardashian.
But your core argument was Kim Kardashian. You're alluding to the fact that all those Real Housewives of Orange County shows are like a spin-off of her original show, and like people, I don't think respect those housewives. I think they like watch that show to like at least the guys like just make fun of how fake they are, and I think that there's just like this super materialistic like fake persona that a lot of those people have, and I don't think that like warrants a ton of
Okay,
reverence.
okay. Look at the fappening or whatever when Apple dropped all that content of those celebrities. It was like every single famous celebrity woman was in it.
Wait, who dropped it?
I think there was like some kind of hack in Apple's iCloud like 10 or 12 years ago or so. And it was called the fappening, which was like all these pictures of these naked celebrities. And some of them were videos, but usually it was just like things they were sending to their lovers and husbands and stuff. And there's an argument to be made that like all of those people, many of those people, that's like all like the Hollywood actors. They're all pretty high regarded. I'm not saying that they're the best, the best role models for children by any means, but even that, even just taking a naked picture in its own way is closer to being a porn star than maybe like okay, let me put it this way. This is delicate. Okay, there were some celebrities who were found to have like pictures of them taken like in the 60s and 70s and stuff, and that had some ramifications on their career about like should they be considered a moral person or whatever. This is like a discussion that happened maybe 20 years ago, and today that's like no big deal. It's like, oh, you had naked pictures of you like taken, like that's so what. Uh, I'm saying that the pornography industry is moving much more towards it. Okay, here's my example. You have an actor, Shannon Elizabeth. She was in American Pie. She dated Tom Brady for many years. She just started in. What are you doing? Crumpling up paper in the microphone?
Sorry. Yeah, I have taco bag.
Okay, well, tell your taco bag to shut the fuck up. Anyway, so Shannon Elizabeth stated that she just joined OnlyFans and she made $1 million without uh, without
Lifting
getting naked. And who's that other bitch? Jamie Presley, who's been naked on camera before. She's starting an OnlyFans. She's the one who looks just like, or Margot Robbie looks just like she does.
The ones that don't show a hole on OnlyFans still walk away with millions. Those are the best trolls.
I agree. But okay, so let's put it that way. You have actors who, like Demi Moore, she went topless for striptease, and that was actually a really powerful movie about like women's empowerment and a good mother, or like a lady who's just trying to be a good mother. But it was distorted by the fact that hey, she's gonna be topless on camera, and but like she was up for an Academy Award like 2 years ago. Like, didn't ruin her career. I'm not saying she's like the worst person ever, but like there's a fine line between motion picture nudity and porn. There's just some really bad movies out there are arguably porn. They're just softcore porn. So I'm saying for this guy who was a religious leader, his porn of like the 1970s or 1980s, if it were made in the noughts or the teens, nobody would really care that much.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with that, and I also think that it is becoming more normalized with like shit like OnlyFans and like that whole garbage where it's like just becoming more widely accepted and not viewed as a big deal. Because oh look, everybody's showing whole. It's no big deal. But I don't know. In my personal opinion, I think other people's opinion just maybe not the best look. I mean, you could be like, I don't care or whatever. That's fine. People are gonna have different image, like boundaries and like perspectives on whether or not they're comfortable showing hold at any single person on the internet.
I agree with that. I mean,
I don't know. I think people are still like very like judgy of people that do OnlyFans, and yeah, because I think it's just, I don't know.
I did it.
It's like you're giving up your, like, I don't know. You're exposing yourself in like a way that people are like.
It's
It's
taboo.
Judge you for it. I'm not saying that judgment is correct, but
It's
there
taboo.
is
Okay.
some judgment.
So then I agree. It's taboo. Okay, but let me ask you this. I did it. I did it for no money. Hey, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, I got 3 strikes in a row, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, you did.
Yesterday on my first 3 strikes. I thought I was gonna do a perfect game, and then it all crumbled, but I still won.
Dude, he did really well. Miss Aquarius, are you ready?
Yeah, we can play.
All right, Riser, are you ready?
No, you guys can go ahead. I'm doing. Or give me like 1 sec.
You take your time.
My dog's
We
food.
want to see your skill set.
All right.
Miss Aquarius, how was your day?
It was good. I'm just on leaving. I got 3 options I got to go to. And I was like, oh my God, all these options. Driving me crazy.
You have 3 options?
Options in the meeting. People are in options on the app when I was live at the meeting. So they're live they're gonna be in the auction on here. 30 people. They're gonna be in the auction on here.
I understand.
They're being a Mother's Day. Yeah, Mother's Day roses. So I got 3 people I got to go to.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
So I got about 10 minutes, huh?
I just want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly. You're saying auctions?
Yes.
Okay.
Auction. AUCTOIONS. Yes. I got 1 in 10. Somebody's doing 1 in 10 minutes. So I'm in their live right now.
All right. Riser, you have an invitation. Miss Aquarius, you of course have an invitation. I'm ready when you both are.
Not seeing it.
Okay, let's send it again.
I got mine.
Invite sent successfully. Riser. Invite sent successfully. Riser, you still not getting it? He'll be back.
There you go. Come on, Riser.
I don't see the invite. Oh, wait, there it is.
There you go, big dog. All right, Riser, we're gonna see your skill against a real expert, Miss Aquarius. She.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna see if he gets it. Let's go. Come on, Riser.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Riser, let's go. Oh, look at him.
He's got a cow.
Got a cow. Yeah.
Are you serious? Yeah.
Yeah, he is. We are serious, dog.
You got a cow.
I messed up my chair.
What are you talking about the boat?
I'll purchase like a cool one, but I don't know.
Dude,
I don't have enough coins. They don't give you enough coins.
The cow is very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't mind it. Kind of better than like the paid one. You can pay $3,000 for a gold ball, or you can just take the cow.
Let's go. Let's go. Oh, right.
Garbage.
There's always just sirens going off in my town all the time. So it's not even a big town.
Are there old people where there's like a lot of ambulances?
I mean, there's old people, but
Miss Aquarius with the big lead.
Yeah. Might have to put that
where'd
on
she
me
get so
for a
many
minute.
points from? What the heck was this?
She got a strike, and it was amazing.
I need to spare here. Oh no.
Devastating. Give me this.
I'm eating tacos. I'm distracted.
I mean, that sounds like a you problem. That's not a Miss Aquarius or me problem.
I'm saying that environmental conditions are not favorable.
All right, again, that's something that you can control. I can't control that. Miss Aquarius putting up numbers. Get it. What a great spare. Folks, if you're watching at home, Miss Aquarius just had an amazing spare.
That was funny. Thank you, Rabbi. I needed that bad.
You're welcome, madam. All right, the cow. He gets the spare.
Good there. Yeah.
Give me this. Garbage. Give me this. Get it. Miss Aquarius putting up numbers, folks. Look at her. Look at this. She's in the 70s. 74.
All right, sir.
What? How is
Right.
that so? What the heck?
Right, so I didn't program the app, my man. Oh, nice. That was pretty good. Pretty good kickback. That's what I'm talking about. Riser, did you see that?
I saw you got a strike in the warm-up game.
Oh, this is tough. This is tough. Get it.
Right
Oh.
Yay! You win, I win.
And Riser wins. Reload. Reload.
I forget it's another person. So you win, we win. There you go.
Yes, ma'am.
You have to remember that. Sorry, Riser.
So, guys, just a warm-up game.
Come on. Okay.
Riser, I wonder with the bowling ball that you have if you have to stick your fingers in the nose of the cow.
Put that on mute. Put that on mute.
That'd be sweet.
I agree.
I'd love to have a custom bowling ball.
I would too. Riser, nice spare.
Yeah, we're gonna play GeoGuessr later. I'm gonna smoke you.
Are we watching Michael tonight, Riser?
No.
Alright, well, what are we watching?
We're watching you lose at GeoGuessr in real time.
Big Dog. What documentary are we watching?
I don't know.
Alright.
Maybe the Stanley Kubrick one.
Alright, room 2.
Yeah. 2, whatever. No! Oh, my Lord.
Riser, did you know that the The ball, your ball is supposed to hit down all the pins. Oh, get it, get it, get it. Miss Aquarius has a very difficult shot. She can get it though. That's okay. She got one. Riser, you ready for this?
What pins are?
Riser, are you ready for this? Garbage. That was terrible. One of the worst throws ever. Let's take Riser's lead. Riser,
No.
did you see that spare? Whenever I see your ball, Riser, I want to stick my fingers in the cow's nose and my thumb in its mouth.
Yo, get the last one. Come on. Miss Aquarius, are you seeing this?
I'm seeing it. Get it. Great spare. One of the greatest spares we've ever seen. Riser, what are your thoughts on this? This is a tough shot, son. Oh.
Yeah, no spare.
Okay. But yes, 10-point lead on you.
I think I was able to roll it really fast. But
You think it has to do with your tacos?
and my screen is broken.
That's not cool.
The game is really. Sometimes you can roll like super fast, but I haven't played this game enough to lock in how to quickly roll it every time.
Are you serious? Riser, are you ready for this one?
I don't even think that. Have you played online? Like, do people like spin it ever?
What do you mean online?
Like when you play against random people,
Okay,
do they like put spin on the ball?
I have never seen anybody who's been like an expert at doing that. I have seen somebody in archery though who was amazing. Like they got a score of like 250. It was like, oh, they
And
must
they're
have,
shooting the arrows super fast.
yeah, they must have had some kind of bot. I didn't get. This is when I was at my best, and I didn't get within 100 of them. Get it? Nice spare, Riser. And so, oh, that was Miss Aquarius. Apologies. And so that broke my will to want to play that game because it was like no matter how good I get, somebody's still way better than I am. Miss Aquarius retakes the lead. Riser, what'd you think of that strike?
You want again?
Yeah, what else is new, son? Nice job, Miss Aquarius. You win, we win, we win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Now it's time for your. Now it's time for your friends. Auction.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I'll see you in a minute. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Riser, you ready to lose in Scrabble?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's my question to you. I understand if you want to consider the first bowling game that we played to be quote unquote practice or whatever, warm up. But what is your explanation for the second performance of yours?
I was literally eating tacos. I wasn't paying attention.
I mean, again, that sounds like a you problem, not a me problem, dog.
It's okay.
Are you ready for your
I don't mind.
Are you ready for your invite?
I'm waiting. Everyone in the world, in the history of the entire world, is waiting for this invite. You're rugging like Zoo.
Dog, get out of here with that garbage. These are the worst. Maybe the worst. This is the worst. Worst. The worst.
How many excuses do you need?
Dog. Yesterday, you were given the best setup of tiles in the history of the game. You had a Z, a Q, a J, an X, a blank, all the S's. I'm gonna talk so much shit in this game.
Have you played Chip and Putt better?
Have I played a chip and putt before? Yeah.
There's an amazing Chip and Putt in the forest where I live up this dirt road, and it's like a secret Chip and Putt, and it's like
Is it?
it's free too.
I was just gonna say, is it free?
It's just like super baller.
How does it get maintained?
I mean, it just doesn't need like any maintenance really.
I don't understand it.
It's like a little bit like worn down, but it's like the holes are just like gravel, but they have
The
like
holes are gravel, so you have to use your club on a gravel surface.
No, like the tee box you tee off on like carpet.
Okay, you tee off on carpet. What about the greens?
Yeah, the greens are like wood chips or like little like pieces of like rock. But like they have like a hole in it, but you basically just like chip and see how close you get it to the hole, and if you get it on the green, you get points. Get it in the hole, you get points. You get it in the bunker, it's like subtracted a point.
All right, so that's not golf though.
I mean, it's just chip and putt. Like literally.
That's not what a chip and putt is. A chip and putt is generally like a par 3 golf course or shorter. You're talking about something that's like almost like disc golf, and
it's not disc golf. It's like you're chipping, like a little chipper, and you have like a golf ball, and it's like instead of like a mini putt, it's like the chipping version of a mini putt. Like the holes are like, I don't know, like just like a reasonable like little golf green type of chip shot away.
Okay. Dude, how did you get such a big lead? Are you serious? Are you serious with this garbage? Get out of here with your S's and your E's and your Y's and your M's and your G's and oh, are you serious? Are you fucking serious? Are you serious?
It's over. It's over for you.
I'm gonna have the greatest comeback in the history of this game, son.
You have a shovel? Because you need to start digging.
Dog, I can't believe that this game is rigged against just what I am, who I am, everything for which I stand. Dog, you didn't even ask me. Are you serious? You make it an S? Are you fucking serious?
Don't worry, I have shitty tiles because I'm winning so much, so they give me the shittiest tiles possible.
That's
That way you have a chance.
that's not even like that's like what's the word? I don't know, like superstition, dog.
No, it's how the game works.
Dog, it's superstition. The writing's on the wall.
I don't think that would work. I don't think that would work.
Are you serious? That was great, dude. That was great. That
Yeah,
was
you
that
helped
was
me out with that one.
that was great. Folks, he just triple word scored on a cue. Are you fucking serious?
The 3-letter on the X. I don't have that big of a lead, though.
Yeah, you should have a giant one. You should have a giant one.
You've been playing absolute trash.
Oh, that would have been sick as fuck.
How's that not a word?
I mean, do you really want me to go into the depth of the dictionary? Do you want me to read you the dictionary? It starts out with like aardvark, dog. Aardvark. Next word.
No, that is the encyclopedia.
How did your dictionary start?
You think it goes AR? You think the first?
No, aardvark is spelled with 2 A's, dog. AA.
All right, forgot.
All right. I mean, what do you want me to do? Do I have to teach you how to spell?
Yo, this is bullshit. You can talk to my fucking.
Okay, I'll let you go again. I'll let you go again.
You're fucking.
But then I'm gonna talk shit like a motherfucker. Dog, you have a 56 point lead and you're asking for redos? This is garbage, folks.
Well, you're distracting me.
And I gave you a free chance so that you could talk about whatever you wanted to do, whatever you want. We're having to spell the word aardvark for you, dog. Aardvark. Are you serious?
I forgot it was a trick word.
How is that a trick word?
Everyone knows it's a trick word.
All right. Well, your 56 point lead is down to 46, baby. Come on, dog. Don't F up. That was good. Are you serious? How is that not a word?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that is a
Did I
word.
whip up my
No, that is a
what's
word.
the word?
No, it is a word, and they're not giving me credit for it, and that's garbage.
Mine was a word too, but they didn't give me credit.
What was your word?
So, what was your word?
I asked you first.
Is egoic?
That's not a word, but whoa is a word. This is bullshit. This is bullshit.
Oh.
This is bullshit.
No, whoa is spelled like WHOA.
It's spelled both ways.
Or AF.
Yeah, I know. No, it's spelled a bunch of different ways.
Egoic is a word.
Egoic is not a word. What is egoic? What does that mean?
When you're using your ego.
Okay, no.
I'm gonna search it up because I've seen it in text before.
Are you sure you're not thinking egotistic?
No.
Egoic. Yo, are you gonna go? Delhi and Rio. That was good. That was very good.
Egoic is an adjective describing thoughts, behaviors, or motives relating to the ego.
Okay, fake news, dog. That's cool. That's really cool.
It's a real word.
Fake news.
And this game robbed me of my real word.
Okay, that's cool. And I like that you want to tell that story.
How are you not losing by more? That's why. That's great. What the fuck?
This game is so over. It's not even
You're
close.
You're gonna get that fucking stupid.
It's not even
goddamn whatever virus.
Hantavirus.
Santa virus.
Dog, I didn't get COVID. I didn't get Ebola. Do you know how many end of the worlds I've been through? Ebola, the 2012 Mayan calendar, the Cold War, dog. I'm fucking bulletproof. You swapped 5 tiles?
Yeah, I mean, there was nowhere to place tiles, so I kind of was in a bit of a corner.
Look at that move.
I was literally gonna play that.
All right, well, I mean, Doug, I mean, there's just kind of a thing. If you were going to play it, then you should have played it. It's as simple as that. Folks, we're down 47 points. This would take. We would need all the yogurts in the world to make this comeback. Oh, that was good.
12 tiles remaining. That's a word.
That was amazing.
You just got Earled.
That's not a word.
Oh, you're damn right it's a word. You just got Earled.
No, it's not a word.
Earl is a high-ranking member of.
No, I know what Earl is. Earled is not a word.
A marquise and above a viscount.
Dog, I know that. Everybody knows that. That's not news to anybody. What is news to people? Earled is not a word. Earl is a word. Earled is not a word.
Earled.
I like how you're trying to put something there when there isn't anything. That's cool. It's really one of the coolest attempts in the history of humankind. That's a nice attempt. It's really nice. It's oh, you douche. Just absolute. He just got everything in this game, folks.
You had the Q. You had an S.
Oh, 1S.
You don't have the right to complain.
1S. Thanks, dog. Thanks for the S.
You might win.
Dog, I'm down by 87 titles. Shut the fuck up.
I'm kind of screwed here.
Oh, really fucking screwed. No, I only have 12 S's and all the other good stuff. F you, man. You had
Just play Raj.
You had the
Raj,
J.
whatever.
You had the J as well.
I should have played it above the O there. I guess you want to have it. No multiplier.
Dude, like, so much of the board hasn't been used. Pretty ridiculous.
I don't think it can be used. Nice pass.
Dude, I made this bot. Took me like all night. But it's so good. It posts 10 simultaneous blog posts on 10 different blogs, which allows me to dominate search engine optimization. Vane, oh fuck you, man, that's good. Oh man, I don't know where to put my V.
Damn. Yeah, I don't see many. I don't know what your other titles are, but. Wait, what's the bot does what?
It posts.
Definitely doesn't dominate in literati.
I was distracted by your taco eating.
Okay, oh tap, okay, oh tap,
So anyway, this bot, it also puts a picture and puts titles in the picture, titles in the blog post, and the blog post can be about whatever I want it to be on. It's on like floating cities and like amazing shit.
Wow, you got the Z?
Yeah, dog.
Wow.
I wanted you to have the highest score you've ever had.
No, it doesn't count if you're helping me.
Well, then I guess it doesn't count now, does it?
Damn, you got the duck. I literally almost, I like doubled your score almost. Almost doubled your score. I definitely won by 100. I won by 122.
Dog, I gave you 24 points at the end.
Yeah, I know.
All right, what's the documentary, son? I get to pick it. I know
I
this.
guess it is your turn.
I know this great documentary about Monday night ballets.
Yeah, that's fascinating. It led to a bunch of great discussion. Oh, can I show you a video?
Yeah, dog.
So I spent a bunch of time like working on this stupid little like G Squirrel account because I just want to make like a viral account. So I made like this AI video of like the squirrel and it's going like skydiving and like the voice of the squirrel is like Ice Cube, and then I posted it on like TikTok cringe on Reddit, and everyone was like, "This is AI slop. This sucks. OP is a loser." Blah blah blah. And I literally to that person I replied, I'm like, "Wow, nice ad hominem there."
That's what I like to say. What did they say back to that?
I can. You want me to share the thread, or I can just read it?
You can read it.
You score replied to your post. Low score with less than 10 votes after a 36-hour period are removed to keep viewer engagement. Let me find the person I was jousting with back and forth. This guy wrote "fucking horrible," and it has 0 likes. And then that was in the R funny group. They didn't like that.
Wait, you were able to put it in R funny?
Yeah, but people didn't like it. So Slip and Slops wrote, AI slop, OP is a loser. Remember, if you block a Redditor, it stops all their posts from showing up in your feed. That was the top comment. And I was like, wait, I don't see any rules where it mentions no AI allowed. And they're like, it's not about rules, it's just a social rule. You can do it. Everybody is just going to judge you for it and hate you for cluttering up the sub with AI shit no one wants. I have a feeling there are a lot of social cues you don't pick up on. And I was like, resorting to ad hominem attacks. Awesome. Do you think AI wrote the script, edited it, and decided which camera angles and scenes to use? Just going to ignore all the human process involved? You expect someone to go spend 188 hours in Blender to make this, or just become a professional animator for this 1-minute squirrel skydiving video when you can just have AI do it instantly for free? Parentheses, insert closing ad hominem attack. And then she was like, none of that matters. No one cares how much human involvement there is. People just want to see AI. People just don't want to see AI stuff on their feed. It's as simple as that. And I'm like, what happens when you can't tell the difference between AI and not AI? Then it's magically okay again? And then they're like, no, it will be wrong, and you will be in the wrong for knowingly posting something that is made with AI. All we can do is our best to suss out the difference and shame the people that post it. And I was like, okay, so just downright hate for AI. I guess everybody should just go to animation school. Why do you think AI is automatically bad? I've seen some amazing AI creations. It can do things that are very difficult, if not impossible, to achieve without it. AI is a tool, and the human can use it to create something amazing or not. If it's something funny, the author or source is still a human that determines how the idea comes into existence. And then someone found the iPad kit.
Did you write back ad hominem attack?
I don't know, someone defended me and said, why is OP a loser? Try not to be negative. And then, I don't know, people just hated it.
I think it was the best thing ever.
Yeah, do you want to watch the video and judge for yourself?
Yeah, I do. And I'm going to create an account. I'm going to shit on it, and then I'm going to get banned because everybody hates me on all the websites.
You're going to try and Earl on my Reddit post?
That's not a word.
Earl now means
That's
to shit on, or you got earled.
No, it doesn't. Earls are cool. No, earls are cool.
Squirrels are cool. Earls are you got shit on.
Earls are cool too, dog. All right, let's see your fucking thing. Stream it, dog. I'm waiting.
Oh, you need me to stream it? I sent you the Reddit link.
Oh, that's too much work. Just stream it.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Alright,
no. I'm being a dick. No. I'm being a dick. I'm looking at it. Just a moment. I'm going, dog. I'm going. G Squirrel goes skydiving. All right, I already don't like the title.
I swam across the entire length of the Amazon.
Okay,
G Squirrel has done many things in this life. I've played the bongos in the Congo. I've swam across the entire length of the Amazon River. I've ridden on a capybara across the Valley of Fire. But today was the day I learned to fly. Yes, you heard correctly. I'm about to fly like a G6. What you are about to see is called a USO, Unidentified Squirrel Object. G-Squirrel whizzing through the air so quick it's causing those classified thermal images to observe. No one can detect my levels of speed. That's how fast I fly. My cheeks were flapping around like loose tarps on a highway truck. There's no phone notifications at this height, just pure sky. I even got to play a quick game of shuffleboard floating over the planet. I was scoring hanger after hanger. When we licked up Billy Formation with only Coco Puff the Tiger. Yeah, I'm eating spaghetti and meatballs in the sky too. My name is G Squirrel for crying out loud. I stuck the landing like a church bell effortlessly striking noon. Drop a comment when you be screaming on the way down.
Okay, here's my question. Was this at any time ever posted to TikTok?
Yeah, I posted it on my TikTok.
Then it's perfect. Then that's exactly what this fucking subreddit's for.
Yeah, I mean, no, but apparently TikTok cringe. Like, you'd think that it was about cringy TikToks, and I feel like this does perhaps qualify as a cringy TikTok. Apparently, the people in this sub are like, it says here's the group description is a place to watch the best and worst videos from TikTok. Here you can find TikToks that are cringeworthy, funny, wholesome, and more. So right there, the fact that they're hating on this video for how bad it is, which it wasn't even my intention to make it that bad, but the fact that they hate it so much is like, well, you came here to find videos that are cringy and suck. So I'm not doing anything wrong.
I agree with you.
No, was it the most funny video in the entire universe? Probably not.
No.
But
And they didn't ban you from posting that there?
no, I mean, you're allowed to post AI stuff. Apparently, it's just some unwritten rule of like, if you post it, you're going to get a bunch of salty Redditor people ad hominem attack you, trying to Earl on you.
Quit trying with the Earl, dog.
How would you have you seen the fat season, like AI videos on Instagram?
Nobody's seen that. What is that?
Or it's like some cryptocurrency, and they have this account, and literally the account is like, it's all just like AI generated stuff, and their whole thing is like, I guess being like pro big bodied individuals. Just type in like fat season on Instagram or whatever. Deal, but it basically I was trying to emulate that because of that. Just like that style apparently gets like millions of views. So yeah. How do you think the video could have improved?
Um,
Did you notice the name of the song in the background?
no, I didn't. Just a moment. I'll tell you. I gotta go back.
I'm sorry, but we only accept Naya.
All right. I kind of liked it.
Did you have time to reflect?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, thank you.
I kind of liked it. The animation and everything was really good. You make a valid point. Like, dude, it would take so long to make this in Blender that what's even the point? Just for like that one video, and it it was entertaining. It reminded me of like Alvin and the Chipmunks um or Chippendale. It was exciting. It had the squirrel jumping through the air and like meeting up with the tigers. I like that you introduced the tigers as like you only had 1 minute and you actually brought in like other characters and they played shuffleboard on in the skydiving and um it had a story. Uh so what do I like? What I didn't notice what was the
It
song?
was family-friendly content.
That's absolutely true. What was the song in the
Like
background?
Cindy, whatever, time after time.
Oh, okay, yeah, Cindy Lauper.
Yeah. Yeah, that song was written by Prince.
Was it?
I think Prince also has a cover to that song, but it's a fire song that was background.
Word, dog. Um, so I liked all of that. Um, and I'm trying to think of anything that I didn't like about it. I mean, I get what they're saying.
I mean, obviously it's AI swap, but I don't know. like the video didn't bother me personally when I was viewing it. Like, I don't know, like how else are you gonna get the shuffleboard in like the sky? Obviously, there's a bunch of like artifacts in it, but it like almost doesn't matter because I don't know. It's the fact that it's like almost like low quality makes it look fun.
I agree. All right. And did it succeed anywhere else?
I mean, it has 350 views on TikTok, but only 5 likes. I don't know if that ratio is good or not, but that account is also brand new, so I don't have any like loyal followers really. I didn't really get any followers from it, but we have 5 likes and 1 favorite on TikTok, and I haven't posted on Instagram yet. I also have another one about G Squirrel going to the movie theater to play Dance Dance Revolution, but I think I did not do a good enough. I mean, it was decent enough, but I would have changed like one little thing at the start. But I still think it's funny.
Okay. All right. I'm looking through all of the things on.
Yeah, people hate it though on the
Oh,
Reddit.
yeah. They think it's terrible. Yeah. Dude, there used to be so many documentaries.
I also posted it in like the skydiving or subreddit.
Oh,
They'd
hate it.
Subreddit.
They'd hate it.
Like got so pissed at me, and one guy was like, "I can tell you're not like a real skydiver. You think this trash is good?" Okay, dude. I didn't respond to that.
Ad hominem.
Good for you, dude. You skydive. Okay, like great.
Right. Dude, I've heard an interesting one. I've heard an interesting theory, and yeah, here it is. All right, you ready? You ready for the documentary?
Is it good?
I don't know. Let me see what the comments say. I've heard of this theory before, but I don't know too much about it. Okay, is it good? I mean, people are shitting on him, just like they shit on you. But it's just such a big theory that I know you're gonna be like, "What's the theory?" I think we've watched it before. Watched something similar before. Okay, we were watching. I think we watched it together. I made you watch it. On Joe Rogan, they had this guy who is the head of a venture capital firm. And
what was the McDonald's one? Like McMillions or that dude?
Oh yeah, dude! If you want to watch McMillions, I'll watch it. But it's a sum of parts.
Ray Kroc.
No, that's different. That's the founder. That's one of the best movies of the last decade.
Okay, I haven't seen either. What's McMillions is like?
McMillions is the story of the McDonald's Monopoly pieces. McDonald's used to have a game. I guess they still do.
Oh yeah, no, I watched the like YouTube documentary.
Yeah.
So I already know that story. But
yeah, and the
Ray Kroc one I have not.
The Ray Kroc one is, it's like my favorite movie of the last 10 years. All right, but okay. I want to just say this. I just want to say this theory. Yo, dog, are you throwing your phone through an elevator shaft?
No, I just dropped my dog at my neighbor's who got accepted to be a professional dog trainer.
Yeah, dude, the lady who's a 50-year-old 10. Dude, you don't think that I fucking forgot about this hoe?
Yeah.
She's hot as fuck.
Yeah.
Yo, lady, you're hot as fuck.
She is.
That's amazing. Why don't you try to stick it in her?
I don't like her like that. But,
well, I do. What's this bitch look like?
Kind of squirrely, a little bit. She worked in the Yukon with squirrels.
Now, what does she look like? I didn't ask you what her employment history is.
I don't. How do I describe the look of
okay, this is how you do it.
I guess like a comparable one. I mean, she looks like I don't know.
Okay, this is how you do it.
Your
okay,
imagination.
Okay, here we go. 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 No, I'm sure she does. Does she look like anyone famous?
I don't know. Not that I can.
Okay.
Really think of it
all right. How tall is she?
I don't know, like 5'7".
Okay. What color hair?
Like gray, white.
Wow, you think a lady with gray, white hair is a 10?
Doug, I was saying the 10 to be nice. It's like her personality.
No. You said this bitch is a 10. I mean, that's cool. That's cool. I think some.
No, I said her.
Doug, I think
her,
some
like,
ladies.
Inside personality.
No. I think some ladies who have gray, white hair are perhaps 10s, but it's like. It's pretty rare. Okay. How's her smile?
10.
All right, so she's got a great smile. What is?
Can you stop probing me about this?
Does she have?
She's like a 10. I think she's like a really awesome.
No. Nobody wants that. Nobody gives a shit about that. Does she have huge tits?
No.
Okay. Well then.
Dude, go and direct the attention of your monkey brain.
Oh, maybe I'll do it to your previous Reddit posts, Mr. Monkey Brain.
Oh yeah, you can. Skydiving squirrel gets your rocks off.
It's just in my mind. I have this lady to be like. I mean, maybe it's just 10.
If she was Pamela Anderson, I'd be over there right now.
Okay. All right. There you go. All right. So this theory is an interesting one. I think we watched it. It was Mark Andreessen. He's the guy who like does venture capital. He was on the Joe Rogan Experience, and he's like, nuclear weapons aren't real. And Joe Rogan's like, what are you talking about? And he's like, nuclear weapons, they're not real. Have you ever seen the Trinity site video? And Joe Rogan's like, huh? And they look at it, and they use miniatures. Did I make you watch this?
No, that's crazy.
Oh, so yeah. No. You've got to watch this. Just, I don't want to put you through.
Is it a documentary or Joe Rogan?
Both. But I want you to see it's such.
Don't spoil the documentary if there's a documentary.
No, I've never seen the documentary. That's why I said, like, whenever I hear one of these theories that I don't know that much about, I keep it in the back of my head, and then I'm like, I need to do more research on that. So type into YouTube Mark Andreessen. It's not Anderson. It's AND.
Yeah, no, I know. I think it has two A's like ours.
No, two E's, Doug. And Joe Rogan, and type in like nuclear.
Andreessen horse. Yeah.
Um.
I got it.
All right. So go to the Joe Rogan. It says, "Did they fake old nuclear videos?" It has 53,000 views. It's from JRE podcast 2 years ago.
Is he saying that Oppenheimer is a scam?
Doug, I don't just.
Okay, I have the video.
Okay.
Want me to stream it?
Yeah. If you want to, that'd be great. So if this is interesting to you,
is there any other thing you want to say before we watch?
Yeah. If this is interesting to you, then I have a documentary that I've never seen, so I can't say, "Oh, this is a good documentary or a bad documentary."
Is it on nuclear bombs?
Yeah.
I'm down.
Okay. Okay. You got to say it nuclear though.
I didn't say nuclear. I said nuclear.
Okay, good. Just making sure. Yeah, so we'll watch this 7-minute one, and if you think this is interesting, then we'll watch the. If you're just like, dude, you're bonkers on this one, I'll be like, okay, well then Mark Andreessen and I can jerk each other off in the corner, but it doesn't look real to me.
Okay.
But I think you'll see it, and you'll be like, oh, dude, those are miniatures.
Okay. Let me watch. I'll stream it.
Dude, shout out to Riser. Anybody who's watching this in the future, how amazing he is for streaming this. I know it's a pain in the ass. He's such a good friend. I give him shit constantly, and he takes it so well. He has such a good heart. Just shout out to Riser.
So there's two brought up with Joe Rogan. One is that's sign.
Riser, if you can hear me, this is not it.
High-speed photography.
Oh, yeah, it is. Hold on. Wait, hold on. The thing that I want you to see is 7 minutes long. I can send it to you. Do you see, if you type in Mark Andreessen, Joe Rogan, nuclear, it's a 7-minute long video. From JRE podcast, 53,000 people. That's what it looks like. That's exactly what it looks like. Ooh. Okay.
Not this one first that we were just watching.
No, because that one, everybody like already believes that they're a thing. I want to hear what Mark Andreessen said.
I mean, you're saying that this guy, the old guy talking, is saying that they're legit.
Yes.
Okay, well, could we just finish?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I don't know.
Absolutely.
I want to see who's lying.
You can often only capture that with high-speed photography. So with each and every one of those above-ground tests, they would have camera mounts at a whole bunch of different locations just to capture it. So I kind of disagree.
Hello, my name is Joseph Kent. I'm the Chief Media Officer and Curator here at the Atomic Museum. Right next to me is the Rappatronic camera. The Rappatronic camera was designed in the 1940s at MIT by Harold and Doc Edgerton. They would use cameras like these at the Nevada test site to capture the progression of an atomic bomb right after detonation. It would be captured within milliseconds of that explosion. They would place these cameras around the test and place them in proper to protect them. That's where we work on the Rappatronic
They say there's been an uptick in UFO sightings since we started testing out people. The theory is that the aliens are coming to kind of shield us from ourselves, protect us from ourselves, or a uptick in, high-tech craft that the United States is developing. Have you worked at the site? Did you ever experience any kind of UFO? Did you see it? Yeah, I started out there in 1989. Never saw a UFO out there. Where the origin of that might be actually not quite sure where that came from. There's always speculation.
This guy sucks. It's just one person. Okay. Go to your YouTube if you can. And we want to type in Joe Rogan : yeah, this.
So one is they have the correctional facility right there, right where all these
showed up. Two is musicians, like a very large percentage of musicians were sons and daughters of senior U.S. military, including Jim Morrison, whose father was the head of naval operations for the Vietnam War at the time. And there were these other, I forget what they were, there were these other musicians whose parents were like senior.
I don't know if this is it.
Like that's all real, like that's all documented. The third is the head of the RAND Corporation, who was one of the generations of Dr. Strangelove character. He was the guy who was nuclear plant fighting for
Yeah, it is. It is.
Right for the hippies in Brooklyn. In this famous house that's still there. So the theory basically goes that the anti-war movement before the hippies was basically a square movement. It was all these basically young people, very clean cut, and then all were really old, like people don't protest, like everybody's all like dressed up at this meeting. It was developing under real threat, and so the theory is the hippie movement, drug culture in the 60s was developed in order to basically sabotage the anti-war movement. Right. Which basically is what happened, right? What happened is the anti-war movement became associated with hippies, and that caused Americans to, right, decide what side they were on, and that led to Nixon being elected twice.
Which was also part of chaos, because that was the idea behind the Manson family. The facility was equipped with a soundstage, screening rooms, film storage vaults, and naturally a bomb shelter. During its 22 years of operation, Lookout Mouse Laboratory produced approximately 6,500 classified films for the Department of Defense and the Atomic Energy Commission, documenting nuclear test series such as Operation Greenhouse, Operation Justice South, Operation. This in Miami is literally maybe a half hour ago. This company was in people there. They tried some whole line in the back. Responsible to do this. And it's going on every single day. Basically, I'm going to do this. Looking they would take them like schmuck up. So that is what we're doing. And it's going well. He said, hey, but 3 people, 3 of them, 54 from out of town. Like, go there, check it out. Part of the valley, wow. I guess a little bit. And maybe Why would you assume it's not true? The camera alone, like this alone. Yeah, where's the camera? Where's that camera?
They have to have an English.
Unfortunately, yes. Yeah, but wow, look what they do. We got the Soviet you're using that capsule space. You can clearly see the actual capsule. You see the filters that was supposed to be in the capsule. There's like two different sources of light, the shadows, the camera, somehow that's in front of them, this big ass camera, there's no room in the thing. Like they filmed it afterwards, and it looks fake. I'm sure he really people in space, but that wasn't it. That was weird propaganda. Gary Kasparov has a theory. This is the theory that missing centuries. Yeah, Kasparov has the theory that there are centuries that didn't have which is there's just literally centuries that, like, this whole idea of the Middle Ages lasted 1200 years or whatever, it's just, like, not true. Yeah. There's something about that, whenever there's, like, enough historical evidence to support it. Various people over, various authorities over time wanted to tell various stories about how long, regimes have been in place or whatever. Yeah, basically, not as much time has passed as we think. That's quite possible. Yeah, it's so hard. That's why I was having a conversation with someone about the historical significance of the Bible, and he was arguing for the resurrection. I was saying, based on what? So, historical accounts of people that were there. That's enough. That's, well, God gave me. It's been passed down for a long time. Yeah, but it seems pretty to go just on that. Like, it's so hard to find out what happened 20 years ago from CNN. Yeah, 2 years ago. Yeah, I mean, how are those two books going to talk about the Iraq War? How are they going to talk about what happened with weapons of mass destruction? What's it going to spin? It's never done right. That's life. It's never really a joke. It's like, according to history, the good guys always won.
What are your thoughts?
The moon landing situation where they try to convince their oppositions that they have capabilities that they don't have.
I'm in agreement with you. And now think about, this is 40, this is 20 plus years before that. So then the theory is, all right, like, do you see how they're miniatures, or they look like miniatures?
I mean, I think there's an argument to be made that assuming that they were true, like they're built specifically to be blown up, so they're not gonna pour foundation and stuff. It's gonna be rickety, but
no. If you watch the video, there's a car that comes out of nowhere, like they just placed it down.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily entirely prove that it's a miniature car, a miniature building. I agree that the car appearing out of nothing is definitely suspicious as fuck.
And like, who would be like?
Doesn't prove that the size is any bigger or smaller than what we don't know the size.
And who would be like, hey, we're about to set off a nuclear weapon. Oh, but there's not a car there. Hey, go drive the car next to the house. Nobody's dumb enough to do that.
I mean, why would they make such a crucial video editing error?
Because here's the thing. It was 20 years before even NASA.
In the 50s?
It was in the 40s. And so they never expected anybody to have the ability, like they currently do, to go back and watch this stuff in slow motion or whatever.
I need to get a better picture of like the timelines because when did Oppenheimer and that whole thing claim to have happened? Was that in the 60s, the
No,
50s,
no,
the
no,
40s?
40s. This is the Manhattan Project, essentially from 1940 to 1945, with the dropping of the nuclear weapons in August of 1945 on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Now the question exists. Okay, so if all this shit doesn't work,
Excuse me, I need to ask a question. I don't mean to cut you off. Can I ask a question real quick? That's why I said, excuse me.
go ahead.
Rabbi,
Yes.
who is Canadian Bacon? Is that JC? Who is Canadian Bacon? He's a mutual server. I mean, a mutual you. Who's Canadian Bacon?
I have no idea who that is.
Me either. That's why I keep rejecting it. But I'm not going to reject it because I don't know if that's JC or not.
That's okay. He probably just sees
That
it.
can't be JC. He's not from no Canadian, Canada.
No, he probably just sees that we're friends and comes in here. I don't know. There's some people who just want to send friend requests.
I'm just going to leave it because I don't know who he is.
That's fine. Just hit ignore.
Alrighty. Okay, sorry to interrupt y'all. Good night.
You're okay. Sweet dreams, Mr. Chris. God willing.
Sweet dreams.
So then the question arises, Riser, is what happened in Japan in 1945 with Hiroshima and Nagasaki if nuclear weapons don't exist? And the argument is that they firebombed the city. This wouldn't be the first time they firebombed a city. They firebombed Dresden in Germany. But there are a lot of questions that exist. If nuclear energy is so like deadly, like you're not able to go to Chernobyl or anything like that, then how do people still live in Hiroshima and Nagasaki and don't have like 12 heads?
Well, that's a power plant versus like a explosive.
Which I would think would be worse. A power plant, you can control the meltdown in like lead lined buildings, which they had. A nuclear weapon spreads nuclear energy and radiation for hundreds of miles.
Yeah, and you think that isn't there like some like carbon 14 testing that you could do for the? I think they have measured like the carbon 14 and like the atmosphere to date things, and you can date like all sorts of things using carbon 14, which is from nuclear bombs.
No. The argument is that nuclear energy doesn't exist. No, that's not it. It's the fact that nuclear weapons are used. Or are nuclear weapons just this boogeyman thing that are used to invade people's countries, which has been done for the last 80 years?
Yeah.
It was.
I mean,
it was done.
Is there a giant ass crater in Hiroshima?
No. In fact, where the bomb supposedly was dropped, the building is still standing.
And there's no giant crater.
No.
The size of the.
And it's not like any of the like. There are people who had some radiation exposure allegedly, but it's not like millions of people. These are big cities, and you would think that like you're not allowed to be born in Nagasaki or Hiroshima. But no, I have friends who've been there, and I'm like, don't they warn you about like going into the city? They're like, no, we went to the museum. It's like absolutely fine. Yet Chernobyl is considered like a wildlife refuge now that's thriving, but you're not allowed to go within like a huge area of Ukraine because of this, which is another question. But so I think that this theory has dredged up enough interest that let's look at the documentary. It's called, just go to BitChute and say nuclear bombs don't exist.
Nice. I mean, Yeah, maybe this will answer the question, Matt. I don't know enough about Hiroshima or Nagasaki to say, or I don't know enough about nuclear bombs.
You keep saying nuclear.
I said nuclear.
Okay, nuclear.
Nuclear.
It's nuclear.
Nuclear.
Yes.
Is the documentary only 17 minutes long?
No, it's like 2 hours. Go to BitChute.
I typed it in.
And then
I said nuclear bombs don't exist. Every single one is 17 minutes, except for.
How did you spell nuclear?
Nuclear.
Okay, excellent. It is called. Oh no! Apologies. Just type in nukes are fake. NUKES space ARE space FAKE.
Okay. And who was it by? It's 2 hours long.
153 Johnny Gin.
And 53. No, that one's by Enzyme Media. Oh, Johnny Gin. All right. Yeah, I have it.
All right, let's roll, baby.
I hope this is red pilled as fuck.
I've seen a documentary like this. I don't know if it was this exact one, but it was interesting. I can't say that I believed it, but it was interesting.
Say a subdivision where you're in an empty lot across the street, aiming a camera at a farmhouse on the other side of the street, a lot over, and then the blast hits and the farmhouse just gets destroyed. The house just gets ripped apart. What happened to the camera? You know, he's filming that. The camera is only a couple hundred feet away from that, and then some videos, man, this is the most compelling, is the blast comes from behind the camera. What the hell is that? Blast comes from behind the camera, and the house gets blown away out of the background of the shot, and you're like, what kind of camera in that day and age could survive that blast in the center building? It seems way out there. You've changed my mind on this. If I need to hire a work friend.
point is, you put it on the back, you don't put it on the top. But the player doesn't want to go on it. And now it doesn't keep such. Players go on the back of the team because they're able to go to the back to the players every day. And therefore, it doesn't require so much time to put it to his look back. But yes, yes, it's not a full load. But it doesn't go on the outlet of that. Because it isn't a special point. So what do we have to do? We have to whether or not wood or salt or regular wood is a real carbon, but this wood is wood. Wood requires wood to burn it. You take the wood, you put it on other wood, firewood, you take salt, you sprinkle it on, you usually boil it, and then you read the same. First of all, you know that wood is carbon. But then you bring wood and burn it, sprinkle salt on it. Yes. In spite of the carbon, okay. Continue. Now we have another nice sugi now about blood. Here, I asked you a question before share. Let me start here. How can you drink blood? Drinking blood, you want to be other parts. Maybe not drink blood. Probably not. But you're not over this part. We had this whole word, I'm just going to set on the title of blood. But it's salted. A lot of that on either down. I saw, I'm not sure if I saw one of my eyes, I saw Arjun ready to tell. And I think it's just fashion. Keep it up, you know, there's that. Well, you're working your way into Gemara. One day you'll do the Gemara also. So basically, I do this to come to Panama. I need to come. What? Just to show them, hey, I do so. Let's see why I want to make that list. Yeah, we're going to go to Panama. Yeah? So it's like, oh, that's the thing. If one can go learn the whole ship. But it's not just, I also have to get up to the now they're saying, oh, it's a guy's like, why do you talk to say that you don't put the salt in blood? Blood is salt. Blood that has salt is not, it's not good blood. You can't throw it in the can and drink it, eat out of the cart. So what is it doesn't bother to say short blood, salt in blood? That is different, salt in blood. Well, it's the same, but it's still very much about. The Rambam even says that good to the mitzvah of salt, one granular or whatever it's called, 1 grain of salt. 1 grain of salt to be good. That's very exact. Okay, so you put 4. You're talking about the others and say how much salt. But if you put a little bit in, then you didn't really. It's still available for the prayer. Now, this, that salt of blood, very little, so not throw it away, but it's still usher, it's still like that. That if you eat that blood, it's high in carbs. But at the same time, you're good to the mitzvah of salting and put a little tiny bit. I would think that. And that's why I need to talk to them. They shouldn't even put a little bit. People are like, this one's over coming in and actually they didn't look at it. Good for it. That's the way it's cook up the blood, boil the blood, and you're not out. That's the part of it. That's a rubber, all my love, or my show, and the rubber. So, this is a bio, sí, pues a todos, a todos. Rashi said, Moshe, come with some items, he said. You want to come with items, this is fashion. Then it boiled up. This was a that color, that the blood is in the field. It's like a solid form. Yalla, not yalla. Here, I'll show you a little bit of food that's really belongs. This schmuck stuff. People would advertise it for something like this is more later, so we're not going to show it later. Basically, what Mark said later is it takes the nuts, it's like a lot of sticks. I don't know what to say. Kitchen AI.
split. The ice was lost. It was converted into patient. Sufficient speed inside. An exponentially increasing chain reaction with explosive particles. The question of whether or not a sustained chain reaction could be induced in a uranium reactor. Without the successively doubling the chain reaction, would be a possibility. He convinced scientists in the U.S. to eliminate private to censor their own papers so that they would not inadvertently.
Nuclear bomb right. In fact, one of its main purposes was to create an apparent need for change in the government.
Survived the explosion. One of them has provided an eyewitness account. I am father. And that was gained in my class. And I was I went in my room, and suddenly I saw a light, light, which the whole place. And looking out of the window, I doubt to be included number. It's so lucky. Light, turning from the window to the door of my room. Maybe they have been skeptical after seeing the light at night. And immediately I was covered with the of the window frame and left taking the walls and actually reflected them. After a while, reflected on people coming from the other many of them and came up to a house and it was good, but there were no one of the but I think there is nothing myself and others about at work. Immediately after they were out and it was no letting of in the future years, they would be especially in the beginning and leading salt that the water goes on the shore and you show up right as it evaporates and then it makes the product so hard over there. We noticed that in the direction of the sea and salt, the gas the mind. If the mind is salt, this is needed. I think it's fun. It begins with you. Spiritual there was in such moments of trust that there was God. I was gone 5 minutes. How could this day get any worse? Another thing that you don't take an as a given that seems to be ridiculous fabrication. It might be another offshoot of the space plan to siphon off a bunch of money from the space program, where it's also siphon a bunch of money from the nuclear weapons program. This has only brought to my attention you and proposed about it, and the footage that you've shown. It seems like at least the test footage that we've seen on a nuclear weapon from back in the day when they're telling our parents to duck and cover under their school desk to protect them from nuclear blast. We got the air raid sirens going off. Their entire culture was completely paralyzed by the
nuclear weapons. But when you're looking at the test footage, given back then it might not have looked away. Back then they actually thought King Kong looked real in the movie, or Jaws looks real in the movie. But now we can see it's really fake. When you look back at that footage, it's oftentimes it looks like the scale of, say, a subdivision where you're in an empty lot across the street, aiming a camera at a farmhouse on the other side of the street, on over, and then the blast hits and the farmhouse just gets destroyed. The house just gets ripped apart. What happened to the camera? In filming that, the camera is only a couple hundred feet away from that, and then some videos, and this is the most compelling, is the blast comes from behind the camera. What the hell is that? The blast comes from behind the camera, and the house gets blown away out into the background of the shot, and you're like, what kind of camera in that day and age would survive that blast of an entire building in Canada? I mean, it seems way out there. You've changed my mind a little bit. Dip my needle further.
People thought he was crazy, started drinking my glasses. They all the lecture. He started eating really well, radioactive waste. I wanted to get scared to a farm to sell
July 16th, 1945. The world entered the atomic age with an intense wave, a sudden wave of people. A tremendous shockwave. That extended 30,000 feet. That could reach equivalent to 30,000 tons of TNT. Equivalent 30,000 tons of TNT. Completely vaporizing the steel tower.
What do we have here? There's two ideas about making one giant whatever with 40,000 people and everybody checks in. Okay, good luck. And the second one, those of you who used to watch, what's the name of the Sports Center? Or like, those TV shows, so they have on the side, that was coming up in 5 minutes. So he said, let's do something like this. But you have encore stuff. They go, they move him. What this is all about. Okay. It's hot out there and learning the Bible on vacation in Plano, Texas. And it's interesting. This guy that sent the whole this thing is from Los Angeles. I don't even know his name. What's his name? Noah Gershel from Los Angeles. The hospital is with help tremendously to your attention and seeing what topic we're currently discussing. Listen, this guy needs to know what topic we're discussing now, what's going to help how we discuss in the future. Okay, listen, some people need to know what we're talking about now. On the screen now. Then there's another guy here from Los Angeles, the same day. Nachum Ben Yosef, the father of the Daf Yomi, the office. They also follow here in the morning and English at the evening. So interesting, there were a bunch of people in Los Angeles. You gotta get them all together. Is there the video I sent you? Oh, here. Donnie Fine's son, check this out. In a mostly non-religious unit, gets up there in front of everybody and makes a scene on that spot. You learn every single day with us. No, you're gonna see soon. Did you go to the camera fan? A lot of them are doing other stuff. No, not wearing yarmulke. Stand for that. I think it's beautiful. Here he is. Just walked into the house. What? No, come on, get over. Get over. It's an issue that you walked in as I'm playing your video. Wait a minute. Okay, stop. Okay. You're using this vocal environment? No one. What do you call that? Piloni? So you're the only religious guy, you get up there in front of everybody, you can see them. They don't know what's going on. You're trying to give them a spiel on the program. Really? They're doing TikTok or whatever you're doing now. Inspiration. Go ahead. Okay. The official edition of the White Shots was sent by the Iranian Levy family Eric Anonymous. The edition was hired by Moshe. Official edition of the White Shots. The Doctor Anonymous. The edition was Ochi. Forever. Oh, Yosef Shlomo, better of kind. Lichter Zaino, Toshin Zayin. The second spot, Dave Talbot. Dedicated memory of Avi Murray, Shmuel Gorman, Chaim Feed, those of the Rothschild. The second spot, Joel Dallas, the edition was the Boss Jackson, Anonymous. I thought from the Roman to the Gashi, the Policy Family Foundation, the edition for our Goyim Slim Policy, mentioned to Hillary. Anonymous, before Shlomo, the Moshe Ben Zohar. Anonymous, before Shlomo, and Ariba Yom Kolei, about the Test, Israel, Mount 70 guys, beautiful Alpi Zohar, Pesach. We're so proud of you, you got the Mordechai for each side, in the growth family. Gotta be honored today in honor of rebellion, change my meaning of life. Money Almighty, Yossi Martin Penny, and all the least of the Torah MDY, and Corporate Shops Torah. Monthly sponsors, Harry Simon, Ruper's name, Avi Merrick, Orphan Miriam, Jimmy Azulai, Ruper's name, and Islam Pasmuga, Bush Aaron, and Miriam Landy, Ursula Shimkisoy, Kilo, Hilo, Pasloy. Anonymous, the Muslim and the Holy Heads, and Henny Leo, hit Talik in our generations. Anonymous, and Mary, Mazal, Fatlev, Sanada, and Skios. Anonymous, is supposed to burn that good and open and revealed way. We also want to have impacted way. Yehudas and Yehuda laws that discuss for everyone in need of the shidduch made. Anonymous for the merit of the whole Beit Yisrael years of success and blessing in all areas of life. Written out in Rose. The Nishmat Shlomo Zalman and Yitzhak Isaac and Yon Isaac and Tzvi Rishon Koyer for Shlomo Yohanan and Nathan Levi Shem Bracha. Anonymous for the merit of Shlomo from Malka Baskaya. That's that God will be given down to Tzibor with Papa Minyanim anywhere worldwide. Nishmat Chaim Shol and Salad. Weekly sponsors Alex, Abby, and Rick Folks. From Hugo, to Isaac and Diana, and Murky. Your love and support mean everything to us. We love you. Daily sponsors Yaakov Slatus from Fort Slim from Little Chayo, Yaakov Spots, and Brandel, Karen Slatus from Fort Slim. MDYR, one, Joseph Chayo Sar from us forever. Fort Slim, Yonatan, and the members of a brother. They're Fort Slim, I'm Mordechai Ben Esther. Of course, Ayela, Daniel Zeb, Ben Ayela, Esther. Okay. So here's the question. Rabbi said, can a person bring a jar of Lepoina to some English and say, hey, Rabbi Shah, bring a carbon Lepoina? Is that doable? He said, no. Anybody else? Anything? Like a can of cola, a bag, pizza? No. I'm talking about the mizbeach. You're putting it on the mizbeach. What about a pile of wood? You bring a pile of wood in the mizbeach. And how do you burn wood? Fire. So let's say you bring wood to the mizbeach. Let's say you're right. You bring wood to the mizbeach. You have to pour salt on it like you pour in a regular furnace. I don't know. What about the furnace? If you pour salt on it, right? Today's gas is not salt. And we have to see. Max can wear up. Now, what the question? You lunch from the bottom of the best of the base over the bottom. Harry Mela. Discussing yesterday, the mitzvah and ma'akev, not ma'akev, are they, how do you say ma'akev again? Yeah, good word. Mandatory. Mandatory is a better word. Yeah. Mandatory. Harimela. Tana in our sugya means repeat. Tana Beikra, the Torah doesn't repeat it twice. Ma'akev. Salt is mandatory. It's ma'akev. It's on your bris, mela, oil of today, bris, amur b'mela. That's it. There is Yehuda. It's interesting. It could be we call it Kitchum Hashem. That by Great Yamsel, there it said that the water wanted a reward. So Hashem said, that no one will ever be knocked with a carbon without salt. That was like the reward that the water got for doing the Kriyas Yamsuf. Next says that when Rothschild separated the upper waters from the lower waters, so the water that was separated from the waters was very fast. Now they lost that Hashem. So Hashem said, don't worry about it. I'll give you the list from mine. You give me more than from mine. So Hashem said, okay, fine. We'll give you the salt. 24/7, 365, and from your soul, human beings are going to think the souls and your mind is how is that a compensation? Or because a hero of a mitzvah, and even if it's not the same, it's a lot. You see from here that it has at least the same effect as having closer to the original without the hero. So us as the hero, we go this way, we go that way. The fact that we do, even though it's not as much, it's worth a lot more when somebody goes without the hero. Okay? Shimon Oiver never comes to this, it's like he's there trying to send it says the word Bris. Never like law, Bris will not tell them that Shame Shia shall be fun of like, we know that you need a fight for fire. How many of you are you need salt. Hey, we're saying that you need salt. It's not doubled up, there's no double washing, there's no sugar. The Gemara over here said, our Mishnah, looking at our Mishnah, it says that he didn't do Kimitza, he didn't do Kimitza, but let him know the fourth thing in the Mishnah, he didn't do Kimitza. It's okay. Chair. It doesn't say Melach twice. And therefore, if you don't know it, it's not the end of the world. Why do we dip our challah in salt? Yeah, salt. Oh, chulpa, and the milk. So why do we dip it? I don't get it. I don't get more. If you should pour on how you should dip in the mouth, but I it comes from that idea. We go out with our power before the smell that we're talking about now. Going back to the Mishnah. The Mishnah starts off. He didn't do Tzika, he didn't do the third order. He didn't do Lila. He didn't do Dita. And then he didn't do Melech. They just said Melech means he didn't do it at all. So then you have to say that the first thing in the Mishnah, look outside the window, he didn't do it at all. But we know, we already established. Hello, look at the Kohen Lazar. We already spoke about it. So he said that Tzika means not that he didn't do it, but Kohen didn't do it. He's wrong. Now we live off Kohen Lazar, which we need to understand because we already spoke about it. Where it's one of the Lima, for something just to the opposite. Each word could be a different meaning. Each because Tzika means that Kohen didn't do it, doesn't mean that Melicha doesn't mean the same thing. Okay. Why is it? Maybe it doesn't mean that he didn't do it at all. It means that Kohen didn't do it. That's starting to hurt me on the back. What do you mean? How could it be? It's impossible. So Yisrael cannot come close. And what are you doing with him? On his back. So I can't get it. But it's him, see what the picture is. Imagine Panabay, so we had a similar shot yesterday. In other words, one of the things I remember was Tia. The Tia was a lesson of, it's a must. What it says, we have to talk about it says, it says, Hira. Well, you don't need the word Kuka. So then, in order to say that it's mandatory, you can say other words. One of the words is bris. Bris means the covenant, to have a bris. So you have to do it like that's so. You can't just almost do it and not forget to do it. You must do it. Bris. It's just as strong as repeating the puzzle twice. It says the word bris. You must do it. However, the problem is, why do you say that the Torah didn't say twice? Well, it's Panabek Even as you sit. There's Tommy, sorry. Thanks. Maybe it's a. Oh, you're up. He says, why Miller? What's the name? No, it says, because human beings don't eat food without salt. So how can they serve their original without salt? It's not proper. So when you put spices, then you serving the king of all kings should also. Only violence is more the designer. This also, you can't learn anything. Also, you have to learn. Even if I go to Mela, Shania, you ate some of that, she didn't require it. Well, thanks. Now we're going to what needs to be salted? Think, maybe you have to salt the oil. Maybe it's salt plus. Should I go regardless? What do you call the garden? What am I? So this is interesting watching and you try to remember it because we mentioned it 3 times here. It means that it's something else that comes together with it. Shapir but Kaibalah. In order to put the meats on in the bath, you need wood. You need to burn wood. So the other thing, all Shapir but Kaibalah. Wood doesn't need wood. Blood doesn't need wood. Meat doesn't need wood. So what requires salt? Something that you need wood. So when I put the meat on the bath, I have to salt it. So when I put wood on the bath, I don't have to salt it. But blood on the bath, I don't have to salt it. Yes. Oh. Yes. Yeah. Yes. We jumped the door. We have about a half hour left. So on the face is very short. But let's see. Where it gets tonight. Well, I haven't seen you in a long time. You okay? You okay? Dallas. I don't associate you with Dallas. Association with South Africa. Okay, welcome back. Shalom Aleichem. Yeah. What's your name? Oh. Aleichem. Yo. I can remember that shit. You? Should I? No, you don't speak Hebrew later. You want to speak Hebrew also? English is about you. The guy next to his office told me, what's your name? Shmuel? Ah! You're already here, so. What do you guys leaving to America? I'm not pushing you out. What? Next? This is what? Was you? Okay. Well, see the guest there. We had a guest there on Friday. I'm going to cheer. I'm going to stop home Sweden. I do the show with you for years, and we have 8 guys to do the show with you. You know what? I just freaked off when he said yes. Puts me after the show. We better come back, that guy. He's going to come back. He's not here today? What are you pointing at? Yeah? Oh, okay. What's your name? Rob? Oh, that's nice. Listen, now I'm going to be roofing is like Stockholm City. I was there when I was a kid. there. What does the mincha do? What does the kmitza do? The kmitza allows you to eat the shirayim. Yeah? It's one of the materials. You put the kmitza on the back, the water is there, and they're having to eat shirayim is the matter. Oh, shematir. So maybe anything that allows you to do something else would require salt. For instance, abidam, shematir. What about blood? Blood allows you to eat the rest of the carbon. Here's another story. You're going to remember this. This is one of the good things we have to do today. About almond chassid. It has to be from a mincha, the living out of the mincha. You put salt on a mincha, you don't put salt on blood. Okay? Maybe you should put the salt on the shirayim part also. You see on the chart the shirayim also. I would like my karma. Karma don't allow, I think the baby was kula. Where do you put the salt? On the carbon part. Not the edible part, that's not the carbon. On the part that goes on the spare. Bring the payment. Okay, so the thing on the top left, means the part. Now they're up to the avoid, I want to be about top right. To the avoid. I got it. This is an avoid which can call you up to the end. By the way, if you didn't do something tonight, from here. This Rabbi Schwartz report for me. I like it. It's nice pieces. It has a nice smell. You have to make it. Look very unique something. Somebody said, I didn't do it. It smells really good, but it's sad, and I don't think it's a gesture. See how it sounds? You're wrong. I don't know. I'm not a big movement. It doesn't sound right. What is that? Oh, Sanford Hill. Wow, so nice. That's not bad. That's the filter or something. Right there. And the flour coming in one vessel. You can beer. Yes, that's why. That's why you need salt. So here, that's the question I asked you. Can you drink the boino by itself? And the answer is yes. I can bring a carbon, a regular light carbon with boino. It's interesting, but it's done. Bring the whole leaf full of boino. How do I know that? It's not by itself without any flour. It also requires salt. Well, what about the boino that comes in the 2 spoons on the backfires? I think the fires itself need salt. What about Spayanim? So pizza by the Spayanim, you go straight on the What that's quite a Mashiach, you can go to the Chavitim, half in the morning, afternoon, and then come to supper, or maybe they put together with the wine, they come to the circle of bonus. They muri half, they muri also, and they muri. The here, muri, like this, muri, half, and also, I love the detail of it, like literally, like this. Very more want to know this about Rashi. He says, it bothers me right away. You look at Rashi. If you're talking about Chatos and Hashem, so what else is there? What other culture? Any culture out there that are not addressed by the Gemara? Yeah? It says Chatos, it says Hashem. So what else is there? Nothing else on the list. Oh, so the Rashi, yeah, there is something on the list. Shlomo, they bring up Shmos. And also, you have regular Shlomo, Taida, they all require salt. Bakery oil, you have the every oil, sorry, all the liquids of the oil, sorry, all required. Midnight that they need salt on the Loimar, and that's the pulse and somebody screaming out, maybe it was that even when you read one, I call for one or something, no, you would have seen something. Oh, my God. Correct. Correct. There's no failures over here, so it's that. Oh, my. It's written like a model, so put that right here. Oh, my. Alien appointment. That's an example. So it says, look, get over here. Look, what did you say over there? Sorry, man. Oh my God, alien appointment. I can't wait to get there. It's going to be somewhere. Who knows? It's coming up. All right, and then appointment is not in the right to leave a body now. How do I know that he sold a little bit of my money? So he said the reason why the body needs salt. How do I know that the body is the fragrance requires salt? By the way, you can return that fragrance, so it's okay. I don't know. Somebody pocketed it. Where's it? It's still going around. It's moving. I get a little nervous when I start walking out with my stuff. Yeah, that's why I'm not walking in. Correct. Okay, it's already going. Marvin is the Lord of Shemboy of the Yaakov. That's the Lord. For water, I can say this is smart because that comes in clean, but I'm going to come better. The Shabbat is the idea that thickness is wood that burns it, that requires salt. So the Baina is burnt by the wood, it requires salt. Oh my God. Amo for the clock. The clock. Oh. So, we don't know what to say. Zero travel when it comes to the cloud by the cloud. When the bird says a generalization, the bird says carton. It means all these things that you see over here. It means meat, it can mean wood, the plane bird, it can mean everything. That's a very generalized Muslim. Then the Torah says only have a definition of salt. That's correct. So anytime you have a generalization, then specification of craft, then what the Torah is doing is saying, get the craft. Not generalized. Very, very exact surprise. But then the player adds another cloud afterwards, then it opens the stuff again. But the reason why it's the track is because now I have where to focus. That's very similar to the track. Without G, it's only a cloud on the track. So right now we're at a cloud on the track. Oh, you got the Halo Carbon, wow. Carbon is the So that's me exactly. No generalization is very specified. Mincha candy. Without reading alone. We're removed. The whole list of Rabbanim we saw before, all these different things, and that's me only on them. But that's the only thing that requires it. Although I'm not, so no. You gotta continue the process. It's like I'm only got Kolkar Bunka. There we go. So it's Karba, Mincha, Karba. All Karba, all the types of Karbas. Without redirecting that thing. Just one. Let's do something similar to the that's a Karba similar to the Parat, which is the middle. What do you Of course, you all know because you decided to say Karbanis every day. You know what? I'm not sure. And then stop. That's what's one. Shut your ass. See you want to do 140 think about it. Another call out. Wow, we tried this loud. Yeah, the dog again. So you have this generalization of both sides of sour. So you have to take the middle thing, a very specific thing, called the crack, which discusses it with car. So we learn from that to the general category. That was Bob Brown acquired Shakir and we're still in that thing over there. The more this word means more of it. Oh, Shakir, so everything in the cloud has to be something. That's why you'll see the fires over there. Wood burning. If there's wood burning, you have a carbon. That means wood to burn. Then it requires salt. I'm called out there about flavor love. I'm there those the bar flavor love right here. Phase 2. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. If anything has wood, then now let's go back to the different question. Same question. If I bring a carbon that is wood, does wood require wood? Probably not. Then I shouldn't have to solve it. Only something that requires wood. The question is then obey that wood requires wood. When you bring a pile of wood, you're not lighting it, you light underneath it. You light the wood with a piece of it. Therefore, wood doesn't require wood. So let's do that. There's your wood. Wrong. Skill. First time ever. That's great. How old are you? Yeah. That's 50-something years together. That's unbelievable. Wow. And why did you come stop? You're scared of flying, by the way? She's never going to stop. Never felt like you had to go to the place over there. I know. No, there's what's his name? My friend used to go back. Jonah. Okay, fine. It's father that said we will pick up. Yeah, that's right. But, very cool. We're the guys with the Thinking it's something. Good, interesting thing with Solano. The Gemara says that since the blood comes together with something else, blood comes together with something. That the Nesachim comes before the blood. So Layla, they go together, and therefore to require salt. Just like the Levina comes because of a mitzvah. The Levina comes because of the mitzvah, and that's why it requires salt. So too, this something that comes because of the blood should also, the blood should need salt. No. The something that they were with us. Someone don't come with the wine doesn't come because of the blood. The wine comes together with that same wine. But Taima, except Achino Shtia. There's wine and there's meat. Like that's what we know Shabbos. But the Achino and the Shtia. For whatever reason, I think it's something the Jewish let's say now. Like, a guy, I just thought it was funny. This guy, he's going shopping like that and said something. For, tomorrow, he was moving that night. He went shopping in the morning, he went to the bakery, bought a ton of cookies and cakes and stuff, and he put it in a box. I went to that and he was the box. So some friends decided to get him good. So he took a bottle of something and put it right into the box. So other people came and said, oh, it's a box of cakes. And typically, there's a box, you know, but it's a bottle of liquor. They figured there's nothing of it. And they opened it up. They're up at the party there, and the guy finished his one essence, there's nothing left in the box. Because also, people like to take home. So they asked Rabbi Rothschild, not a joke. Simple meaning the wine. The wine is the end of the. You have a part of the blood, and you have the simcha that you got a kapara. You don't have to drink the wine, real wine. Like part of the simcha. It's a yeast that comes from the rock. It comes along, but there's a little bit of over about the berries, massive berries, and they want to know, I get a kapara. The Lord said, what do you want from me? I want to let you use a pickle. This is up. Take this money, squeeze them, and drink the juice in one foot. Down in the ship, we get another water. That's it. It's big up area, that's it. That's just the white that smirk on your face. And they'll get off. I don't know what's laughing over there, but it's a schmuck. It makes a joke. Hello, the point of funny email. The reason why the funny gets so it comes together in one place. It's something about there's something about a separate. The wine is something that's like this. So I like to here's the statue roll with some statue with her body. The wood goes together with the one goes together with her body. That's why you need salt. I think the bar they know I'm not trying to push out there, but people love women there. So comes together with wood, but it also is a massive. So basically, that's two things going on. Maybe you need two things. Maybe it's not enough that simply just comes to it. It comes to it, but also to match. I'm going to very much regular. Maybe you need two things. saying, como é Deus, Labaina, Labaina do Deus. China, the Labaina, that comes from together with the Lacamapana, comes from the Shrimpas. It's the master to the Lacamapana. Without putting it on the fire, you don't get a piece of the Lacamapana. It's also something, you have to say it over, you have one, and you have a master. I don't know that in real life. Everyone doesn't have these two things. But, what are love is just a factor. There's no love. Love does not want it. So if it only has one thing, the Cairo, you know automatically it doesn't need salt. So then if you know automatically it doesn't need salt, why do you need to pause the mountain for that? It's not mountain for that, because that's not how you figure something you talk about. It's not one or two things. How do you say it's not two versus one? Otherwise, what are your buckets? The bag. Was. But a lot of them food, multiple concepts, even if it only has one thing going for it, it doesn't need salt. All right. A lot of us have only about the left. We don't really call them out of the left and exclude. It's only a bit of that look. Maybe it's you don't even put salt on the wood. It's not very hard to no. It makes sense logically that you should have the salt. You should pay. In my Gemara says, I like it, H. They actually change, like the other, change the, whatever it is that Ashbaz bar. Where H with fire in the so far. But we don't even do this, we don't use the last down, but basically it stands for this right over here. That's the word this is for. What am I missing? I feel like I'm showing you something. Oh. This. The I think that's later. It's later also. No, let me show that later. I have to show it later. Later, I'm jumping down here. All the good videos are for later. Okay. Let's hope for later. So there's that. Okay, I'm saying. You have to solve up these things. Why? Because there's 6 things that are similar to them. What are the 6 things? I'm here from whatever the police saw. You have to go to one, the list with one, just like it was. Each of the police saw. You need fire. But they're outside of the head hole, but sometimes the law. Blood is inside. Blood, you don't put it on the fire. You throw it on the wall. You don't have wood underneath it. Nicer somebody's it's nicer to be home. Show somebody's when you look at music, you have to play the but something that you use blood, it's not. For our sponsors. Burning is a Dark Global is a one-stop shop for all your financial needs. Isaac Castle in honor of all the